Hey guys, tonight we descend into mystery. Not the mystery of what was lost, but the mystery of what was hidden, what was deliberately concealed, what was meant to remain beyond discovery, protected not by walls of stone, but by something more subtle, more patient, more enduring. We're going to explore a chamber that may exist beneath the Egyptian desert, a tomb that tradition says belongs to a pharaoh whose name was erased from history, whose final resting place was cursed not with dramatic violence, but with something quieter, with forgetting, with becoming so thoroughly lost that even the sand itself would guard the secret. We'll walk through evidence that suggests something is there, through the strange behavior of sand that refuses to shift, through instruments that detect voids beneath the surface, through excavations that were stopped before they truly began, through illnesses that had no medical explanation, through objects that behave impossibly, through the accumulated weight of small impossibilities that together suggest something is being protected, or something is protecting itself. So before you settle in, if you'd like, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. There's something meaningful about knowing people across the world are exploring these mysteries together, each in your own quiet hour. Now dim the lights if they're still on. Get comfortable. Maybe adjust your pillow one last time. Let the soft sounds of the desert settle around you, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Into sand, into silence, into the space between what we know and what we've chosen to forget. Pause. The story we're about to explore isn't simple, isn't straightforward. It's not about a tomb that was discovered and opened and documented. It's about a tomb that remains sealed, that resists discovery, that has protected its secret for millennia through methods we don't fully understand, through sand that behaves strangely, through probability that bends just slightly away from exposure, through the accumulated effect of small obstacles that together form an insurmountable barrier. This is a story about a pharaoh who demanded eternal concealment, who asked before death to be so thoroughly hidden that even their name would be lost. Not just their tomb, not just their burial location, but their very identity, to be erased from the cartouches, scraped from the monuments, removed from the king lists, to become the pharaoh who was never pharaoh, the ruler who was deliberately unremembered. And the curse that protects this tomb, if curse is the right word, operates through that forgetting, through making discovery impossible, not by destroying those who seek, but by making seeking futile, by making every attempt fail in small, understandable ways that together form an impenetrable barrier. There are objects in museum storage that came from the site, objects that cast shadows wrong, that appear different in different wavelengths of light, objects that curators have quietly moved to storage rather than display because they create unease, because they suggest things we don't have frameworks to understand. These objects exist, can be photographed, can be measured, but they resist understanding, resist fitting into our categories of what's possible and what isn't. There are photographs that show hieroglyphs that cannot be transcribed, text that every scholar reads differently, symbols that seem to change depending on who's looking. Not literally changing, the photographs remain stable, but human perception of them varies impossibly. As if the ancient scribes knew how to write text that would resist copying. That would protect its meaning by making the meaning variable. There are audio recordings that contain sounds that shouldn't be there. Voices speaking when everyone documented on site was silent. Footsteps when no one was moving. And these sounds have echoes that run backwards, that anticipate the sound rather than following it. As if effect precedes cause. As if time itself behaves differently in proximity to what lies beneath that guarded sand. All of this is documented. All of this exists in archives and reports and storage facilities. Not hidden exactly, but not examined closely either, because examining closely leads to questions that don't have comfortable answers. Questions about whether our understanding of reality is as complete as we believe. Questions about whether the ancients knew things we've forgotten. Questions about whether some knowledge is dangerous, whether some doors should stay closed. Tonight, we'll explore 12 aspects of this mystery, 12 pieces of evidence, 12 doorways into understanding what it means for something to be truly cursed. Not with dramatic destruction, not with violence or vengeance, but with subtlety, with the patient work of making discovery impossible, of making the hidden remain hidden, of ensuring that what was sealed stays sealed, will encounter sand that remembers, cartouches that have been erased, doors sealed 7 times by 7 generations, an archaeologist who stopped speaking, objects that cast impossible shadows, passages that breathe, a curse that required no words, geometry that cannot be mapped, a night guard who saw a procession, hieroglyphs that cannot be copied, sound that echoes backwards, dust that writes messages, and finally the chamber itself, still waiting, still sealed, still protected by forces we can document but cannot explain. This is not a story with resolution, not a mystery that ends with answers. This is a story about how some things remain mysterious, how some secrets keep themselves, how the ancients understood things about concealment that we're only beginning to recognize, how forgetting can be more powerful than remembering, how being lost can be a form of protection, how curses don't need to kill to be effective. So let's begin. Let's approach the valley where stone meets sand. Let's examine the evidence that something extraordinary lies beneath ordinary desert. Let's respect the warnings while exploring what the warnings protect. Let's honor the ancient wisdom that some things are sealed for reasons that transcend treasure, that transcend scholarship, that have to do with knowledge that carries weight, that changes those who possess it, that perhaps should remain possessed only by sand and stone and the eternal silence of sealed chambers. The desert is patient, the sand is watchful, and the chamber, if it exists, and evidence suggests it does, continues waiting, continues being protected, continues holding whatever it holds in darkness that has lasted thousands of years and may last thousands more. We won't disturb that darkness tonight, won't try to breach what has resisted breaching. We'll only examine the edges, the boundaries, the places where the hidden touches the known and leaves traces, leaves evidence, leaves questions that have no answers but are worth asking anyway. Tonight, we remember what was meant to be forgotten. We speak what was meant to be silent. We approach what was meant to be avoided, not to violate the boundaries, not to break the seals, but to understand why the boundaries exist, why the seals hold, why some pharaohs chose concealment over immortality, why forgetting can be a kind of magic, why the desert keeps secrets it was asked to keep, why sand can remember, why curses work through probability rather than power, why some chambers should remain lost. The journey begins, the sand waits, and the chamber beneath, if chamber there is, sleeps on, protected, sealed, cursed with the gentlest curse of all, the curse of being impossible to find, the curse of eternal concealment, the curse that operates through forgetting rather than force. The lost chamber of the Pharaoh's curse, still lost, still cursed, still chamber, still waiting in the darkness beneath sand that remembers everything and reveals nothing. Desert wind continues softly, sand shifting in the distance, then sounds gradually fade now. Let us begin. In the valley where stone meets endless desert, where the last ridge of limestone gives way to an ocean of sand that stretches toward horizons that shimmer with heat and distance, there is a place, not marked, not named on any modern map, but known, whispered about, avoided, a place where the sand behaves as sand should not behave, where the natural order of wind and particle and time seems to pause, seems to wait, seems to remember something that sand should not be able to remember. If you were to stand at the valley's edge and look out across the dunes, those golden waves that ripple and shift with every breath of wind, that reshape themselves season after season, year after year, creating a landscape that is never the same twice you would see them move, would see the wind sculpting, would watch the eternal dance of erosion and deposition. The dunes migrate slowly eastward, driven by prevailing winds, change their profiles, grow taller in some years, flat in others. This is what sand does. This is the nature of deserts. Nothing stays fixed. Nothing remains unchanged. The landscape is fluid, is patient transformation, is the slow work of wind moving individual grains across distances measured in decades and centuries. But then, if you looked carefully, if someone pointed it out to you, you would notice an exception. One area, perhaps half a kilometer across, where the sand doesn't move, doesn't shift, doesn't respond to wind the way sand everywhere else responds. The dunes here remain constant. The same contours archaeologists photographed 50 years ago. The same depths, the same shapes, as if this patch of desert has been frozen, as if time flows differently here, as if the sand has decided, collectively, to hold its position, to maintain its form, to refuse the change that defines desert existence. It is said that Bedouin guides noticed this long before Western archaeologists, long before instruments could measure what the eye could see. The Bedouin have traveled these routes for generations, for centuries. They know the desert intimately, know where water hides beneath the surface, know which dunes are stable enough to cross, know the moods and patterns of sand and wind and the patient geography of emptiness. And they know this place. They call it the sand that watches in their language, or sometimes the ground that keeps secrets. The names vary by tribe, by generation, but the meaning remains consistent. This is not ordinary sand. This is sand with purpose, with memory, with guardianship. The guides will not camp here. This is noted in expedition journals, in archaeological reports, in the memoirs of travelers who hired Bedouin to lead them through the desert. The guides will detour around this area, will add hours to the journey rather than cross it directly. They will not let their camels graze on the sparse vegetation that grows at this valley's edge, will not take water from the small seep that emerges where limestone meets sand. Something beneath demands respect, they say. Not fear exactly, respect. The distinction matters to them. This is not a place of evil, not a place of demons or malevolent spirits, but a place that requires acknowledgement, that requires distance, that asks to be left undisturbed. And the sand itself enforces this respect. This is what the Bedouin claim. This is what their stories tell. The sand acts as guardian, as sentinel, as living barrier between what lies above and what lies below. Those who respect the sand's watch are safe. Those who press too close, who insist on trespassing, who demand access to what the sand protects these people experience difficulties. Equipment malfunctions, sudden sandstorms that rise from nowhere, illness, confusion. The desert has ways of discouraging those who will not be discouraged by warning alone. Modern archaeologists heard these stories, of course, heard them, and did what modern archaeologists do. They documented the folklore. They noted the beliefs. They recorded the traditions with anthropological interest. And then they proceeded to investigate scientifically, to measure, to analyze, to apply instruments and methodology to the question of why this particular patch of sand behaves differently than the sand around it. The instruments found anomalies. Ground-penetrating radar showed void spaces beneath the surface, showed geometric patterns that don't occur naturally, showed what appeared to be chambers, walls, passages, human construction buried beneath meters of sand. The readings suggested a structure, something substantial, something elaborate, perhaps a tomb, perhaps a temple. perhaps something else entirely, but definitely something built by human hands for human purposes, now concealed beneath desert that refuses to reveal what it hides. Excavation was proposed. Funding was secured. Teams assembled. The proper permits were obtained from ministries in Cairo. Everything proceeded according to protocol, according to the careful procedures that govern archaeological work. Test trenches were dug, just small exploratory holes, enough to confirm what the instruments suggested, enough to justify larger excavation. And the trenches found stone, worked stone, carved blocks fitted together with precision, stone that confirmed the presence of architecture, of human construction, of something deliberate and ancient buried beneath the sand that refused to shift. The archaeologists documented their findings, photographed the stone, prepared to expand the excavation, prepared to reveal what lay below. But then the troubles began. Equipment failed. Generators that had worked perfectly stopped running. Surveying instruments produced inconsistent readings. Photography equipment malfunctioned. Batteries drained impossibly quickly. Nothing dramatic. Nothing that couldn't be explained individually. But the accumulation of small failures, the consistent pattern of difficulty, the sense that something was resisting, was pushing back, was saying quietly but persistently, "No, stop, go away." And the fevers. 3 team members fell ill, not seriously ill, not life-threatening, but sick enough to require evacuation, sick enough to require hospitalization. Fevers that came suddenly, that produced delirium, that made the patients speak in what sounded like languages they didn't know. The doctors in Cairo found no infection, no bacterial cause, no viral agent. The fevers broke after a few days. The patients recovered completely, but none could explain what had happened. None could identify the source of their illness. The medical reports noted only fever of unknown origin and recommended rest. The excavation was suspended, not officially canceled, just suspended pending investigation of the health issues, pending review of safety protocols, pending something. The official explanation was bureaucratic, was cautious, was the kind of careful non-decision that organizations make when they're unsure how to proceed, but certain they need to pause. The test trenches that had been opened were ordered closed, filled in, not by the archaeological team, by workers sent from the ministry, workers who arrived with trucks and equipment and instructions to restore the site to its previous condition. No explanation was offered. No justification provided beyond ministry directive and safety concerns. The archaeologists protested, filed appeals, demanded clarification, but the order stood. The trenches were filled. The sand was returned to its place. And here is what those who witnessed the filling describe. The sand flowed back eagerly, not just settling naturally into the holes as sand would, but flowing, moving as if with intention, as if relieved to resume its position, to recover what had been exposed. The workers reported that the sand seemed almost to help, to make their work easier than it should have been, to cooperate in the concealment. By the time they finished, the surface looked undisturbed, looked as if no excavation had ever occurred. The sand had reclaimed its watch. Local tradition speaks of why. Speaks of a pharaoh whose name was deliberately forgotten, who demanded before death that his resting place remain hidden. Not hidden in the way royal tombs are typically hidden, placed in remote valleys, sealed behind stone doors, protected by architecture and depth, but hidden more thoroughly, hidden so completely that even the location would be lost, that the approach would be impossible, that the desert itself would become guardian and protector and eternal concealment. The curse that protects this tomb, if tomb it is, operates not through violence, but through forgetting, through making discovery impossible, through creating barriers that are subtle rather than dramatic. Equipment fails, but doesn't explode. Illness comes, but isn't fatal. Funding disappears, but not through obvious conspiracy. The curse is woven into probability, into the small adjustments of chance, into making certain outcomes slightly more likely and others slightly less. Nothing obvious, nothing that proves supernatural intervention, just the accumulated weight of difficulty, the persistent sense of resistance, the feeling that something is gently, firmly, eternally pushing you away. And perhaps this is wisdom. Perhaps this is kindness. Perhaps the sand that remembers footsteps is protecting not just what lies beneath, but those who would disturb it. Perhaps what sleeps in the chambers below should remain sleeping. Perhaps some knowledge is dangerous. Perhaps some treasures cost more than their worth. Perhaps some doors were sealed for reasons that transcend archaeology, that transcend scholarship, that have to do with things we've forgotten how to take seriously, things our instruments can't measure, things our rational minds dismiss, but our deeper instincts remember. The sand knows, holds knowledge in its particles, each grain a tiny keeper of memory, each drift a page in a book written in the language of position and stillness. The sand remembers every footstep that crossed this place, remembers the workers who carried stones to build what lies beneath, remembers the priests who sealed the chambers and performed the final rituals, remembers the generations who approached and were turned away, and remembers the few who insisted, who pressed too close, who crossed thresholds that should not be crossed. The sand remembers these footsteps too, remembers that they descended, remembers that they never returned. So the sand continues its watch, patient, implacable, neither hostile nor welcoming, but simply present, simply performing its function. The guardian that requires no wages, the sentinel that never sleeps, the seal that cannot be broken by force, because force encounters only yielding particles that reform after every disturbance. The sand does what sand has always done. It flows and settles and shapes itself to wind. But here, in this one place, it does something else as well. It holds, it keeps, it guards, and in its guarding, perhaps it protects us. Perhaps it saves us from ourselves, from our curiosity that doesn't know when to stop, from our need to open what was sealed, to expose what was hidden, to speak what was meant to remain silent. The valley is quiet now, the excavation abandoned, the trenches filled, the instruments packed away, the fever patients recovered and gone. The site appears on no current research agendas. No funding proposals mention it. No graduate students plan dissertations about it. The sand has won, if winning is the right word, has maintained its secret, has kept its watch, and perhaps in some chamber far beneath, in darkness that has lasted for millennia and will last for millennia more, something sleeps peacefully, undisturbed, protected, held safe by sand that remembers, by wind that cooperates, by the desert that has agreed to keep this one secret forever. The sand that remembers footsteps remembers still, watches still, guards still, and will continue its patient work until the desert itself ends, until wind stops blowing, until sand ceases to be sand, until memory itself forgets. The watch continues. The sand remembers, and what lies beneath remains, as it was always meant to remain, unknown, unsealed, undisturbed, eternal, among the fragments. This is where the story continues. Among the pieces scattered on the desert surface, carried up by wind or time, or the slow work of sand revealing what it usually conceals. Small pieces, broken things, remnants of what once stood whole. The archaeological record of this site, if site it can be called, when excavation has been forbidden, consists primarily of these surface finds. These offerings that the desert provides without being asked, without being disturbed. Just fragments that appear, that emerge, that become visible as if the sand itself is showing just enough to maintain the mystery without resolving it. And in these fragments, there is a pattern, a recurring symbol that appears again and again. A cartouche, that distinctive oval shape with a horizontal line at the bottom. The Shen ring, it's called in Egyptian. The rope that circles eternally. That contains. That protects. That holds within its boundary the most sacred thing any pharaoh possessed. Their name. Their royal name. The identity that would last forever. That would be spoken by priests. That would be carved on monuments. That would ensure the pharaoh's continued existence in the afterlife, because existence requires being named, requires being remembered, requires having your name spoken aloud by the living. But this cartouche is strange, is troubling, is wrong in a way that becomes more disturbing the more you examine it, because the name within the hieroglyphs that should identify which pharaoh this oval protects is gone, not faded, not weathered, not eroded by time and wind and the patient destructive work of centuries. Gone, deliberately removed, systematically erased, chiseled away, scraped from stone with such thoroughness that not a single hieroglyph remains legible. Not one symbol survives. What should be the most carefully preserved element, what should be protected by the cartouche itself, by the sacred rope that circles it, has been obliterated. This appears not once, not on a single fragment, but repeatedly. Every fragment that bears this cartouche shows the same damage, the same deliberate erasure. Boundary stones found at the valley's edge, pieces that might have been part of a tomb entrance, fragments of what could have been offering tables, all bearing cartouches, all with the interiors carefully, completely, systematically destroyed. Someone spent time on this, considerable time, considerable effort, going from stone to stone, from monument to monument, from inscription to inscription, removing every trace of the name, every symbol, every indication of identity. This is damnatio memoriae, the condemnation of memory. The Romans had a phrase for it, but the practice is far older. The Egyptians understood it intimately, understood that to erase someone's name was to erase them from existence, not just from history, from existence itself, from the afterlife, from the realm where the dead continue living. Because in Egyptian belief, existence requires being remembered, requires having your name spoken. A pharaoh whose name is forgotten ceases to exist in any meaningful sense. Their ka, their life force, has no anchor. Their ba, their soul, has no identity. They become nothing, become less than nothing, become the unperson, the unpharaoh, the gap where someone should be but isn't. And this erasure was thorough, was systematic, was performed with dedication that speaks to either extreme hatred or extreme necessity. Someone believed this pharaoh's name needed to be removed, needed to be made unspoken, made unspeakable, made impossible to recover even by later generations who might want to restore what was taken away. The work was done carefully, with precision, not in anger, though anger might have motivated it, but with the patient, methodical approach of someone performing necessary work. Sacred work, perhaps. Protective work. The kind of work you do when you believe that allowing this name to persist would be dangerous, would be catastrophic, would threaten something so important that even the pharaoh's eternal soul must be sacrificed to prevent it. The erased cartouches appear on boundary stones around the valley. These are the markers that would have defined sacred space, that would have said, here begins the domain of Pharaoh X, that would have established territorial and spiritual boundaries. But the pharaoh's name is gone. The boundaries remain marked, but not attributed, protecting space that belongs to no one, or to someone who cannot be named. The boundaries exist, but the authority behind them has been erased. The protection continues, but the protector has been forgotten. Fragments that might be from tomb entrance show the same pattern. Every cartouche present, every name removed. The architectural elements that would have announced whose tomb this was, whose eternal resting place, whose monument to immortality. All present, all intact except for the one crucial element, identity. The tomb becomes the tomb of the nameless one, the forgotten pharaoh, the erased ruler, the person who was unpersoned so thoroughly that even their final resting place cannot identify them. Offering table fragments show cartouches where priests would have spoken the pharaoh's name, would have called them forth to receive offerings, to accept sustenance, to continue existing in the realm of the dead through the actions and words of the living. But the name is gone. The offerings would have no recipient. The prayers would have no destination. The careful liturgy of feeding the dead would fail because the dead person has no name to be called by, has no identity to respond to, has become the void that offerings fall into without being received. Scholars have attempted reconstruction, have taken photographs of every erased cartouche, have studied them under different wavelengths of light, have used digital enhancement, have applied every tool modern archaeology possesses to try to recover what was deliberately removed. Because sometimes erasure isn't complete. Sometimes the tool that removes writing leaves microscopic traces, ghost images, subtle depressions in the stone, enough for modern instruments to detect, enough to reconstruct what was lost. But not here, not with these cartouches. The erasure was too good, too complete, too thorough. What remains are blank spaces, smooth stone where symbols should be, perfect voids. The technology that can sometimes read what's been removed finds nothing to read here. The stone has been worked so carefully that no traces survive. No ghost images. No microscopic clues. Just absence. Pure absence. The negative space where a name should be, but isn't and never will be again. Some scholars believe this was punishment, that this pharaoh committed crimes so terrible that their name became poison, became dangerous to speak, became something that had to be removed for the good of Egypt, for the good of Mad, the cosmic order. Perhaps they were tyrant. Perhaps they abandoned the gods. Perhaps they violated sacred laws so fundamentally that their very existence became threat to the natural order. And so their name was removed. Their identity was erased. They were made into warning, into example, into the pharaoh who proved that even royal power has limits, that even divine kingship can be revoked. But others suggest something different, something more disturbing. They suggest the erasure was the curse itself, that speaking this name, if anyone knew, it would activate something, would trigger something, would break seals that must remain sealed, that the erasure was not punishment, but protection, was mercy, was the only way to contain what this pharaoh had become, or what they had discovered, or what they had done that required their identity to be sacrificed to prevent it from spreading, from being remembered, from being repeated. Perhaps this pharaoh learned something forbidden, discovered knowledge that mortals shouldn't possess, performed rituals that worked too well, opened doors that should stay closed, and the only way to contain what they'd done was to erase them completely, to make them forgotten, to ensure their name would never be spoken, because speaking the name might continue the work they'd begun, might reactivate the rituals, might open the doors again. The erasure becomes quarantine, becomes the wall built around dangerous knowledge, becomes the silence that prevents contagion. The cartouche that cannot be spoken holds its silence, keeps its secret, remains as testimony to the power of names and the equal power of their absence. The oval shape persists. The protective rope continues circling. But what it protects, or what it protects us from, is gone, is blank, is the smooth stone that says nothing because the one who should speak cannot speak, has been made unable to speak, has been erased so completely that even the stone that bore their name has forgotten what symbols once rested there. Perhaps the name is lost forever. Perhaps no record exists anywhere. Perhaps the erasure extended to every inscription, every document, every mention in every archive. Perhaps those who performed this work were thorough beyond measure, were motivated by fear or duty or conviction strong enough to hunt down every instance of this name and destroy it. The lost libraries of antiquity might have held the answer. The scrolls that burned at Alexandria, the temples that were dismantled, the archives that were flooded when the Nile rose. Perhaps somewhere in what was lost, this name existed. But if it did, it's lost now. Lost with everything else that time has taken. Or perhaps the name still exists. Perhaps it was written one final time, in one final place, in the chamber itself, in the tomb that lies beneath the watching sand, written where only the dead can read it, where only darkness knows what sounds it makes, where the name continues existing, but exists beyond the reach of the living, beyond access, beyond recovery, protected by seals and sand and the curse of deliberate forgetting. The pharaoh's name might rest there still, carved on the sarcophagus, inscribed on the walls, present in the one place where its presence cannot cause harm, cannot be spoken, cannot activate whatever it was meant to activate. The blank cartouches remain scattered in the valley, testimony to what was removed, to what was taken, to the systematic work of erasure that must have taken years, decades perhaps, going methodically from monument to monument, from inscription to inscription, chiseling away identity, scraping away existence, creating these perfect voids, these empty ovals, these ropes that circle nothing, that protect absence, that hold the space where a name should be and isn't, and perhaps should never be again. The cartouche says, I was someone. I ruled Egypt. I was Pharaoh. I commanded armies. I built monuments. I was divine. I was powerful. I mattered. And then it says, but you will never know my name, will never speak my identity, will never call me forth from the realm of the dead, will never know if I was erased in punishment or in mercy, will never know what I did that required this forgetting, will never know if I am villain or victim or something that transcends that distinction. You will know only that I was, and that my being was so dangerous, or so terrible, or so extraordinary, that being itself had to be removed, had to be erased, had to be made into this blank space, this silence, this absence that speaks louder than presence, this cartouche that holds nothing, and in holding nothing, holds the weight of the most complete curse, the curse of being deliberately, systematically, eternally forgotten. The blank oval remains, perfect in its emptiness, complete in its absence, speaking its silent message to anyone who finds it in the sand, who sees the careful shape, who recognizes what should be there, but isn't. The cartouche that cannot be spoken, that will never be spoken, that holds its silence as completely as the sealed chamber holds its darkness, both protecting, both concealing, both maintaining the forgetting that someone long ago decided was necessary, was merciful, was the only way to keep safe what must be kept safe. The name remains unknown. The cartouche remains empty. And perhaps that emptiness is exactly what it should be, is exactly what was intended, is the perfect curse for the Pharaoh who required it. The curse of becoming no one, of being the blank space, of existing only as absence, forever unnamed, forever unknowable, forever speaking through silence. The cartouche that cannot be spoken holds its peace, and will hold it forever. His name appears in the journals, in the early documentation, in the careful records kept when the excavation first began, before the trouble started, before the orders came to cease work, before sand flowed back to resume its watching. Dr. Emil Navak. His name is there in typed reports and handwritten notes. Czech archaeologist, specialist in funerary practices, expert in the rituals and beliefs surrounding death in ancient Egypt, brought to the site as consultant, as someone whose knowledge would be valuable, whose expertise would help interpret what was being found, what was being exposed beneath the sand that had guarded it for millennia. His credentials were impressive. Years of study, decades of fieldwork, publications in respected journals, a reputation for careful scholarship, for methodical work, for bringing rigor and precision to the interpretation of burial customs. He had worked on other excavations, other tombs, had experience with the complex symbolic language of Egyptian death, with the elaborate preparations the ancient Egyptians made for the journey beyond life. He was exactly the kind of consultant you'd want for a discovery of this nature, for a tomb that showed signs of being significant, of being protected, of being sealed with unusual care and unusual urgency. His early entries in the excavation journal are professional, detailed, exactly what you'd expect from an experienced archaeologist. He describes the fragments found on the surface, the erased cartouches, the symbols that suggest royal burial. He documents the first seal when they reach the door, notes its composition, its sacred oils, its protective symbols, He speculates about dating, about which period this might belong to, about what the evidence suggests regarding the identity of whoever was buried here. His entries are measured, careful, show no hint of concern, no suggestion of anything unusual beyond the archaeological significance of what's being discovered. But then something changes. The tone shifts. The entries become shorter, less detailed, less focused on objective observation, and more something else, personal, troubled. He begins mentioning dreams. This is noted casually at first, almost apologetically. Slept poorly, dreams of wandering corridors. Nothing significant. A few days later, dreams continue. Always the same. Always descending. Always aware that I shouldn't proceed, but unable to stop. The dreams intensify, become more detailed in his descriptions, more troubling in their content. He dreams of the chamber, of what lies beyond the sealed door, of being inside when he's never been inside, can't have been inside. The excavation hasn't reached that far. The seals haven't been breached. But in his dreams, he knows what the chamber looks like, can describe it with precision that troubles him even as he writes about it. Then the waking experiences begin. He mentions hearing his name, being called. Awoke at 3 a.m. certain someone was calling my name. Checked the camp, everyone sleeping. Must have been dreaming still. But it happens again and again, not just at night, during the day while working, while documenting, while examining the seals. He hears his name spoken, turns. No one there. No one calling. But the sound was distinct, was real, was his name in a voice he doesn't recognize, in an accent he can't place, speaking Czech, which shouldn't be possible, speaking his name with an urgency that makes him certain he should respond, should go somewhere, should do something. He begins examining the photographs differently, mentions seeing things in the images that others don't see, patterns, connections, meanings that he can't quite articulate, but that feel significant, feel important, feel like messages he's meant to understand. He asks colleagues if they see what he sees. They don't. They see stone, seals, hieroglyphs, the ordinary contents of archaeological photographs. But Dr. Navak sees more, sees layers, sees intentions, sees warnings or invitations or something he struggles to put into words. There's something in photograph 47 that no one else acknowledges. Perhaps I'm overtired, should rest more, but I'm certain it's there. His handwriting in the journal becomes less careful, still legible but rushed, urgent, as if he needs to record thoughts before they escape, before they're forgotten. The entries grow more cryptic, more personal, less concerned with archaeological documentation and more with processing something he's experiencing, something he's understanding, something that's changing how he sees the excavation, how he interprets the evidence, how he thinks about what lies beneath the sealed door. The final entry is dated 3 days before the excavation was officially stopped, before the orders came from Cairo, before everything was resealed. The entry is short, just one sentence, but the The sentence has been repeated in archaeological circles, has been quoted, has been wondered about, has never been adequately explained. Dr. Navak wrote, "They were right to forget. I understand now. We should not have disturbed the forgetting." Nothing after that. No elaboration. No explanation of who they were or what forgetting meant or what he'd come to understand. Just that single sentence. Then blank pages. Then the journal ends. Dr. Navak's contribution to the excavation documentation ends with that cryptic statement, that acknowledgement of something understood, that admission that disturbance was wrong, that the forgetting, the erasure, the concealment, the deliberate loss was not accident but wisdom, was not tragedy but necessity, was not something to overcome but something to respect. He left the site the next day, returned to Prague, resumed his position at the university, continued teaching his classes, continued his academic life. But colleagues noted the change, commented on it, worried about it. Dr. Navak was different, was quieter, was less engaged, and he never spoke about Egypt again, never mentioned the excavation, never discussed what he'd found, what he'd seen, what he'd come to understand in those final days before the site was sealed. If asked directly, and some tried, he would change the subject, would find excuse to leave the conversation, would become visibly uncomfortable, would look away, would refuse to engage, not with anger, not with defensiveness, but with something else, with fear, some said, with determination, others thought, with the kind of careful avoidance that suggests someone protecting something, or protecting themselves from something, or protecting others by not sharing what they know. Those close to him said he seemed haunted, not by guilt, not by trauma in the conventional sense, but by knowledge, by understanding something he wished he didn't understand, by seeing something he couldn't unsee, by learning something that changed him fundamentally. That made him unable to continue his work in the same way. That made Egypt the subject he devoted his career to untouchable, forbidden, dangerous territory he now had to avoid. He took early retirement, earlier than planned, earlier than made sense for someone of his scholarly standing, someone who had years of productive research ahead of him, someone whose expertise was valued. He retired and moved from Prague to a small village, to rural Moravia, to a place where no one knew him, where no one would ask about his work, where he could live quietly, privately, away from academic circles, away from questions he wouldn't answer, away from the field he'd loved but now needed to abandon. He lived there until 1957, nearly 20 years after the excavation, 20 years of silence about what he'd experienced, about what he'd understood, about why that one sentence, "They were right to forget," required such complete withdrawal from the subject that had defined his life. He died of natural causes, heart failure, nothing mysterious, nothing that suggested the illness that had affected others, just age and time, and the ordinary end that comes to everyone eventually. His papers were donated to the university after his death. his family thought this appropriate, thought his scholarly work should be preserved, should be made available to future researchers. The university accepted gratefully, cataloged the donation, filed the materials, made them available in the archives. Years passed before anyone thought to examine them carefully, before anyone wondered what Dr. Navak's personal files might reveal about his work, about his career, about the excavations he'd participated in. When researchers finally requested his Egypt files, specifically requesting anything related to the valley excavation, anything about the sealed tomb, anything that might shed light on why the work was stopped, they found the files empty, completely empty. Every page removed, every photograph gone, every note destroyed. The folders existed, were labeled correctly, were filed in proper sequence, but contained nothing, just empty sleeves, empty dividers, empty space where documentation should be. Someone had systematically removed everything, had gone through Dr. Navak's personal archives and extracted every reference to the excavation, every piece of evidence that he'd been there, every photograph he'd taken, every sketch he'd made, every note he'd written, every observation he'd recorded, all of it removed, all of it presumably destroyed, leaving only emptiness, only the structure of documentation without the documentation itself. The removal was thorough, was methodical, was clearly intentional. This wasn't accidental loss, wasn't damage from poor storage, was deliberate elimination of every trace of his involvement, every record of what he'd witnessed, every notation of what he'd come to understand. Someone, almost certainly Dr. Navak himself, had spent considerable time going through these files, pulling every relevant page, every relevant photograph, every relevant item, and destroying them, burning them perhaps, or burying them, or disposing of them in some way that ensured they wouldn't survive. That wouldn't be accessible to curious researchers. That wouldn't spread whatever knowledge he decided was too dangerous to share. Only one thing survived the purge. One page that was overlooked or deliberately left. The journal entry, that final sentence. They were right to forget. I understand now. We should not have disturbed the forgetting. Left there. Left as testament. Left as warning perhaps, or as explanation, or as the only communication he was willing to allow. The only message he would leave for those who came after, for those who might wonder why he stopped speaking, why he removed all evidence, why he spent the rest of his life avoiding the subject he'd once pursued with passion. His colleagues never learned what he saw, what he understood. What specific thing in those final 3 days at the excavation changed him so completely, changed him so fundamentally that he had to stop being the person he'd been, had to abandon the career he'd built, had to remove every record, had to retreat into silence that lasted 2 decades, that lasted until his death, that continues even now because what he knew died with him, was buried with him, was taken deliberately out of the world by someone who'd decided, who'd understood that some knowledge shouldn't persist, shouldn't be shared, shouldn't be available to those who might be tempted to seek it. The archaeologist who stopped speaking took his knowledge to the grave, and perhaps that was exactly what should have happened. Perhaps he understood something about the tomb, about the curse, about the forgetting. Perhaps he realized that the erasure wasn't punishment but protection, that the concealment wasn't hiding treasure but preventing harm, that the seals and the sand and the warnings and the erasure all served the same purpose, keeping what was buried beyond access, beyond knowledge, beyond the reach of those who think understanding is always worth pursuing, who think knowledge is always better than ignorance. Dr. Navak learned otherwise, learned that some things are better not known, learned that some forgetting is wisdom, learned that disturbance has costs that scholarship doesn't account for. And having learned this, he did what he believed was necessary. He stopped speaking. He removed evidence. He retreated from the field. He protected others by protecting the secret, by ensuring that what he'd understood wouldn't spread, wouldn't infect other minds, wouldn't draw others to seek what should remain unsealed. His silence continues, echoes still in the empty folders, in the missing photographs, in that one preserved sentence that says everything by saying almost nothing. The archaeologist who stopped speaking speaks still through his silence, through his withdrawal, through his systematic elimination of evidence. The message is clear if you know how to read absence. They were right to forget. We should not disturb. Some knowledge costs too much. Some doors should stay sealed. Some chambers should remain lost. The sand watches for good reason. The forgetting protects for good reason. And those who understand this, who truly understand, do what Dr. Navak did. They stop speaking. They remove evidence. They retreat into protective silence. They take the knowledge that shouldn't be shared and ensure it dies with them. The archaeologist who stopped speaking understood, and in understanding, chose silence. Forever. In the technical reports, this is where it's documented, where the impossible becomes data, becomes measurements, becomes numbers recorded by instruments that don't understand what they're measuring, but measure it anyway. Measure it accurately. Measure it repeatedly. Measure it in ways that leave no doubt that something is happening. Something that shouldn't happen but does. Something that continues whether we understand it or not. Whether we believe it or not. Whether we have explanations or simply have evidence of what is. When the test trench reached worked stone, when the excavation had proceeded deep enough to expose the uppermost layers of the structure, buried beneath the sand, the team installed monitoring equipment. This is standard practice, is proper methodology. You measure everything: temperature, humidity, air pressure, structural stability. You create baseline data. You track changes. You document the environment you're working in because that environment affects preservation, affects how materials behave, affects what you can safely do without damaging what you're trying to study. The instruments detected air movement. This alone wasn't surprising, wasn't unusual. Air moves in excavations. Temperature differentials between surface and depth create currents. Heating during the day, cooling at night. The breathing of Earth as the sun warms it and the darkness cools it. This is normal. This is expected. This is documented at every archaeological site where anyone bothers to measure. But this air movement was different, was regular, was rhythmic in ways that natural air movement shouldn't be. The instruments showed air flowing in through cracks in the exposed stone, flowing in for approximately 7 seconds, then pausing, then flowing out through the same cracks for approximately 7 seconds, then pausing, then in again, over and over, consistently, predictably, like breathing, like the earth itself drawing breath through the ancient stonework, like something below inhaling and exhaling in patient, measured cycles that never varied, that never changed, that continued day and night with the same rhythm, the same duration, the same 7-second intervals, 7 seconds in, 7 seconds out, 7 seconds in, 7 seconds out. The cycle precise enough that you could time it, could predict it, could stand by the exposed stone and feel the air move against your face with regularity that felt organic. That felt alive. That felt like the breath of something vast and patient and impossibly old. The engineers documented this carefully, set up continuous monitoring, recorded hours of data, days of data. The rhythm never varied, never changed, never showed the kind of irregularity that natural processes show, that wind shows, that thermal effects show. This was not random, was not chaotic, was not the normal behavior of air moving through underground spaces. The phenomenon was documented, was measured, was confirmed by multiple instruments, was verified by multiple team members, was real, was happening, was impossible to dismiss as error or imagination or equipment malfunction because the instruments agreed. The data was consistent. The measurements were reproducible. The breathing was there, was measurable, was happening whether anyone believed it should be happening or not. The air that emerged was analyzed, samples taken, subjected to chemical analysis. The composition was strange. The air was warmer than the surrounding atmosphere, not dramatically warmer, but noticeably warmer, a few degrees, enough to be documented, enough to be certain. The warmth suggested the air was coming from depth, from chambers below where temperature would be more stable, more constant, less affected by daily surface variations. The air was also drier, much drier than desert air, drier than air should be, as if coming from spaces that had been sealed, that had maintained their own atmosphere, that had not exchanged air with the surface for very long time. And the air contained traces, chemical traces, organic compounds, substances that shouldn't still be producing detectable vapors, after thousands of years, but were present in concentrations small but measurable. Resin. The analysis identified resin compounds, the kind used in mummification, in preservation, in the sacred work of preparing bodies for eternity. Myrrh, traces of myrrh, that precious substance imported from distant lands, used in religious ritual, in offerings, in the anointing of the dead. Natron, the salt mixture that ancient Egyptians used to desiccate bodies, to draw out moisture, to transform flesh into something that would last, something that would endure, something that would wait in darkness for resurrection that might never come. These substances were present in the air, were being carried up from below, were evidence that chambers existed down there, that those chambers had been used for burial, for mummification, for the sacred work of death. But these substances should be inert, should be stable, should have lost their volatility millennia ago, should be solid deposits, crystallized residues, not compounds producing vapors, materials still capable of releasing molecules into air, not substances that could be detected by modern instruments analyzing air that had passed through cracks in ancient stone. The lead engineer proposed explanations, suggested that underground chambers, if they existed, and the evidence suggested they did, would create convection currents, would trap warm air that would seek to rise, would create pressure differentials between the sealed spaces below and the open air above. This was thermodynamics, was physics, was the normal behavior of air in enclosed spaces that had connections to the surface. Air would flow according to temperature and pressure gradients, would create currents, would move in patterns that could seem regular, that could create the appearance of rhythmic flow. But he couldn't explain the regularity, couldn't explain why the cycles were so consistent. Why 7 seconds? Why not variable? Why not affected by surface temperature changes? Why not different during day versus night? During hot days versus cool ones? Natural convection varies, changes, responds to conditions, creates flow that's generally consistent but never precise, never measured, never timed. The breathing that the instruments documented was too regular, too precise, too unchanging to be simple thermodynamics. He couldn't explain the 7-second cycle. 7 seconds in, 7 seconds out. Why 7? Why not 5 or 10 or some variable duration that changed with conditions? Why this specific rhythm, this specific timing, this specific pattern that repeated endlessly without variation? Natural processes don't work this way, don't maintain such precision, don't create cycles that could be timed by stopwatch, that could be predicted, that never drift, that never show the kind of variation that all natural systems show. All dynamic systems, all processes governed by physics rather than by something else, by intention perhaps, by purpose, by the continued operation of something that was designed to breathe, that was built to breathe, that breathes still because breathing, was its function, and function continues long after builders are gone. He couldn't explain how sealed chambers could still exchange air with the surface after millennia, how connections could remain open, how passages could remain clear, how the seals that were documented, the 7 layers, the careful closure, the determined effort to make the door impermeable, could coexist with air passages that allowed breath to flow. Either the chambers were sealed or they weren't. Either air could move or it couldn't. The evidence suggested both. Suggested seals that prevented entry but didn't prevent air. Suggested closure that was complete but porous. Suggested boundaries that stopped bodies but allowed breath. The breathing continued. Day after day, night after night. The monitoring equipment recorded it continuously. The rhythm never changed, never faltered, never showed any sign of stopping or varying or responding to external conditions. The excavation team grew accustomed to it, grew used to standing near the exposed stone and feeling the air move, feeling the exhalation against their faces. Warm air from below, dry air carrying ancient scents, air that had touched what lay beneath, that had passed through chambers where mummified bodies waited, where offerings had been left, where resin had been burned and myrrh had been scattered, and natron had done its work of preservation. The air remembered, carried memories, carried molecular evidence of what lay below, even though no one could see below, could enter below, could confirm what the air testified to. When the order came to cease excavation, the breathing passage was mentioned specifically, was identified as requiring immediate attention, was flagged as something that needed to be sealed, not just covered, not just filled, sealed, made permanently closed, made unable to continue its function. The breathing had to stop, had to be prevented, had to be ended by whatever means necessary. Concrete was used, modern concrete poured into the cracks, into the passages, into every opening where air had flowed, poured thick, poured deep, poured with intention to fill completely, to block thoroughly, to ensure that no air could pass, that the connection between surface and depth would be severed, that the breathing would cease. The concrete was allowed to cure, was checked, was verified as complete, as successful, as having accomplished what it was meant to accomplish. The passages were sealed. The air could not move. The breathing had stopped. Or had it? Local Bedouins still report feeling air movement, still describe standing in certain spots in the valley, standing on sand that looks like all other sand, that shows no sign of disturbance, no evidence of excavation or concrete or the work that was done to seal the breathing passages. Just ordinary sand, ordinary desert, ordinary valley floor. But if you stand in the right spot, and they know where these spots are, have known for generations, you can feel air rising, can feel warmth against your face, can feel breath emerging from the earth, gentle breath, patient breath, the same 7-second rhythm if you time it, if you pay attention. if you stand still enough to notice. The air still carries scents, still smells faintly of spices and death and time, still suggests that somewhere below, despite the concrete, despite the ceiling, despite the determined effort to stop the breathing, the passage continues its work, continues its function, continues drawing air from below and releasing it to above, continues breathing as it was built to breathe, as it has breathed for millennia, as it will perhaps continue breathing until the mountain itself crumbles, until the chambers collapse, until stone becomes sand and the breathing finally stops because there's nothing left to breathe through. The Bedouin don't find this disturbing, don't see it as curse or threat or danger. They see it as natural, as proper, as the way things should be. The earth breathes here, has always breathed here, will always breathe here. This is known. This is accepted. This is part of what makes this place sacred, what makes it forbidden, what makes it watched. The breathing is not intrusion from below, is not the dead reaching toward the living, is simply breath, is simply what happens in places where the boundary between above and below is thin enough that air can pass, where the sealed can still communicate, where the buried can still touch the world through the gentlest possible contact, through breath that rises, that falls, that continues its patient rhythm, whether anyone monitors it or seals it or attempts to stop it. The passage that breathes may still breathe, despite the concrete, despite the ceiling, despite the human determination to make it stop. Stone finds ways, air finds paths, breath persists, perhaps through new cracks, perhaps through passages that weren't found, perhaps through means that concrete cannot stop, because the breathing is not simple air movement, is not simple physics, is something else, is the continued functioning of a system that was designed to breathe, that was built to maintain connection, that was intended to allow some commerce between the sealed chambers and the world above. Not commerce of bodies, not commerce of objects, but commerce of breath, of air, of the gentle exhalation that says, we are still here, still present, still maintaining our function, still breathing as we were meant to breathe, what breathes below, what draws air in and releases it, what maintains this rhythm, this 7-second cycle, this patient respiration that has continued for millennia. We don't know, cannot know without opening what was sealed, without descending into passages that were closed, without violating the boundaries that 7 generations reinforced, without breaking the seals that warn against entry. The breathing is evidence, is testimony, is proof that something continues below, something that requires air or produces air or simply moves air in rhythms that feel organic, that feel alive, that feel like the breath of something vast sleeping. Perhaps that's what it is. Perhaps something sleeps beneath the sealed door, behind the 7 seals, in the chamber that still waits. And sleeping things breathe. Breathe slowly. Breathe patiently. Breathe in cycles that are measured and regular and unchanging. The breath of deep sleep, of hibernation, of suspension between states, between life and death, between presence and absence. The breath that says, I am not gone, am not finished, am waiting, am sleeping, am still here even though you cannot see me, cannot reach me, cannot wake me, but you can feel my breath, can detect my respiration, can know that I continue, that I persist, that I wait in darkness for something, for someone, for the moment when sleep ends and waking begins, and the breathing that has been gentle becomes something else. The passage breathes, still, in the sealed valley, through the concrete, through the sand, through whatever cracks and passages remain despite all efforts to close them. 7 seconds in, 7 seconds out, the patient rhythm of stone lungs, of buried chambers, of something that sleeps and breathes and waits. The breath rises, warm, dry, carrying scents of myrrh and natron and ancient death, carrying evidence of what lies below, carrying the gentlest possible message from the sealed to the unsealed, from the buried to the living, from the past to the present. The message is simple, is unmistakable, is spoken in the universal language of breath. I am here. I continue. I wait. I breathe. Still breathing. Still patient. Still maintaining the rhythm that was my rhythm when I was sealed, when I was buried, when I was forgotten. The breath continues. The passage breathes and will breathe forever in the darkness, in the depth, in the sealed spaces where what was buried still maintains its life, its function, its patient respiration, forever breathing, forever waiting, forever speaking through breath alone, the passage that breathes, still breathing, still speaking, still carrying its ancient sense, still maintaining its 7-second rhythm, still testifying to presence, to continuation, to life that persists in forms we don't understand, but can measure, can feel, can stand in the desert and receive against our faces. The breath of what lies below, still rising, still warm, still patient, still breathing after millennia. The passage breathes and will breathe forever. The documentation of deaths is incomplete. This needs to be stated clearly, needs to be acknowledged. The excavation occurred decades ago. The team members have scattered, have lived their lives, have experienced the ordinary accumulation of years and ailments, and the various misfortunes that befall everyone eventually. Most are dead now. Most died of natural causes, of old age, of heart disease or cancer, or the 1,000 ordinary ways that human bodies fail. Their deaths were documented, were recorded in obituaries and death certificates, were mourned by families and colleagues, were normal, were unremarkable, were the expected end of lives fully lived. But not all deaths were ordinary. Not all afflictions were natural. Not all misfortunes were random. The pattern is there if you look for it. If you examine the medical records of those who worked on the excavation, if you track what happened to them in the months and years after the site was sealed, after they returned to their universities and museums and ordinary lives, after they left the valley where sand watches and doors breathe and cartouches hold absence instead of names. The pattern is subtle, is barely visible, is easy to dismiss as coincidence, as the normal distribution of misfortune across a group of people over time. But the pattern exists. Perhaps 15% of the team experienced what could be called unusual afflictions. Perhaps 20. The number isn't certain because determining what counts as unusual requires judgment, requires deciding which illnesses are ordinary and which are strange enough to suggest pattern, requires drawing boundaries in data that doesn't have clear boundaries. But somewhere between 15 and 20% of those who worked on the excavation, who handled the artifacts, who documented the seals, who breathed the air that rose from the passage, who stood in the valley and disturbed what had been undisturbed. These people experienced misfortunes that targeted their capabilities, that struck at their identities, that removed precisely what made them who they were. There was a photographer. His name is in the records. French, young, talented, hired specifically for his skill with archaeological photography, his ability to capture stone texture, to make inscriptions readable, to document artifacts in ways that preserved not just their appearance, but their presence, their weight, their reality. He took photograph 4-7, took the image of hieroglyphs that cannot be copied, took dozens of other photographs documenting the seals, the door, the fragments, the evidence of what lay beneath. 3 months after returning from the excavation, his eyes began to trouble him. Not pain exactly, not injury, just inflammation, redness, sensitivity to light. He saw doctors, was examined thoroughly, was tested for infection, for allergy, for autoimmune conditions. The tests found nothing. Nothing bacterial, nothing viral, nothing that explained why his eyes were inflamed, why the inflammation was progressive, why it responded to no treatment. The doctors tried everything. Antibiotics in case infection was present but undetected, steroids to reduce inflammation, specialized medications. Nothing worked. Nothing helped. The inflammation continued, worsened, spread. Within a year, he was blind. Both eyes. Complete loss of vision. Not from damage anyone could identify. Not from disease anyone could diagnose. Just progressive inflammation that eventually destroyed his ability to see. The medical records note cause unknown, note treatment resistant, note progression despite intervention. He was 32 years old, was at the beginning of his career, was a photographer who could no longer see, who had lost the sense that defined his profession. That made him who he was. The loss was precise, was targeted, was the removal of exactly what he used. He relied on what he'd used to document what should perhaps have remained undocumented. There was a surveyor, British, experienced, expert in mapping and measurement, brought to the excavation to create precise records of the site's layout, to document the relationship between surface features and what lay beneath, to create the technical drawings that would allow others to understand the sight's geometry. His hands began to shake 6 months after returning home. Just tremors. Small at first. Barely noticeable. The kind of thing you'd ignore, would attribute to fatigue or stress or too much coffee. But the tremors didn't stop, didn't fade, didn't respond to rest or lifestyle changes or any of the normal interventions. The shaking worsened, became more pronounced, more constant. His hands became unreliable. He could no longer hold surveying instruments steady, could no longer draw straight lines, could no longer write legibly. The tremors were not consistent with Parkinson's disease, were not typical of essential tremor, were not explained by any neurological condition the doctors could identify. The tests showed nothing. Brain scans were normal. Nerve conduction studies were normal. Blood work was normal. But his hands shook increasingly, shook until he couldn't feed himself, couldn't dress himself, couldn't perform any task that required fine motor control. He was forced to retire, was forced to abandon the career he'd spent decades building, was forced to accept that his hands, the tools of his trade, the instruments he'd trained to steadiness and precision, were no longer under his control, were no longer reliable, were no longer capable of the work he needed them to do. The loss was complete, was devastating, was the removal of exactly what made him valuable, what made him skilled, what he'd used to measure what perhaps should have remained unmeasured. There was a translator, German scholar, expert in ancient Egyptian language, fluent in hieroglyphics, could read texts that others struggled with, could identify archaic forms, could work with damaged inscriptions where half the symbols were missing. She was brought to the excavation to translate the inscriptions on the seals, to interpret the warnings on the bronze plates, to read whatever text was found. She worked with photograph 4 to 7, attempted to transcribe the hieroglyphs that could not be copied, spent hours examining the image, attempting to identify the symbols, to make sense of what she was seeing. A year after the excavation, she lost the ability to read, not from physical damage to her eyes, not from brain injury, not from any medical condition that affects vision or cognition or language processing. Her eyes worked, her brain worked, she could see, could recognize objects, could identify people, could function normally in every way except one. Written language became meaningless. Any written language, any script, German, English, French, hieroglyphics, all reduced to meaningless marks. She could see the symbols, could trace them with her finger, could copy them if asked, but they conveyed no meaning, created no sound in her mind, triggered no understanding. The condition was unprecedented, was documented in medical journals as unique case, as loss of reading ability with no corresponding loss of other language functions. She could speak, could understand spoken language, could communicate normally in conversation, but written words, whether ancient or modern, whether familiar or foreign, were simply patterns, were decorative marks, were shapes that her brain no longer processed as language. The loss was precise, was complete, was the removal of the one skill that defined her professional identity, that she'd spent her life developing, that she'd used to attempt reading what perhaps should have remained unread. There was an administrator, Egyptian, handled logistics, coordinated between the excavation team and government ministries, spoke multiple languages, was known for eloquence, for ability to negotiate, to persuade, to use words skillfully in both diplomatic and personal contexts. His voice was his tool. His speech was his power. He used language the way the surveyor used instruments, the way the photographer used cameras, with skill born of practice and talent and years of refinement. He developed progressive aphasia, lost speech gradually, started with occasional word-finding difficulty, moments where the right word wouldn't come, where he'd have to pause, to search, to substitute. This became more frequent, more pronounced. Words became harder to access. Sentences became difficult to construct. His speech slowed, became halting, became effortful. Within 2 years, he was largely mute, could make sounds but not words, could vocalize but not speak, could communicate only through gestures, through written notes, though writing became difficult too as the condition progressed. The loss was progressive, was documented, was treatment resistant. Medical intervention accomplished nothing. Speech therapy helped briefly, then stopped helping. The decline continued until speech was gone completely. The pattern. Here is where it becomes visible, becomes undeniable if you're willing to see it. Each person affected in their primary skill. The photographer lost sight. The surveyor lost steady hands. The translator lost reading. The speaker lost speech. Each person stripped of the capability that defined them professionally, that they'd brought to the excavation, that they'd used to document what they found. The targeting is too precise to dismiss, too specific to be random. Each affliction struck at identity, at capability, at the thing that made each person valuable to the excavation, to the work of uncovering what had been sealed, of exposing what had been hidden, of disturbing what had chosen to remain undisturbed. The medical files note causes, note diagnoses where diagnoses were possible, note unknown etiology where they weren't. But a few doctors added marginal notes, observations that didn't fit in formal documentation, that expressed confusion or unease or recognition that something didn't make sense. One doctor wrote in a patient's file, "It's as if something is opposing recovery, as if the illness has intention." The note was later removed, was struck from the record, but copies survive in personal papers, in letters between colleagues, in the informal communication where doctors expressed doubts they couldn't express officially. Another doctor noted, "Treatment that should work doesn't. The progression seems to resist intervention." Another wrote, "Patient describes feeling that the condition is not theirs, that something external is maintaining it." This is obviously psychological, but the conviction is strong. These notes were sanitized from official records, were removed, were made invisible, but they existed, were written by medical professionals who noticed pattern, who recognized that these conditions behaved strangely, who suspected though couldn't prove, couldn't document, couldn't officially acknowledge that something was interfering, was resisting, was maintaining these afflictions despite medical intervention, despite treatment, despite everything modern medicine could offer. The curse that required no words operates through probability, through the slight adjustment of chance, through making unlikely things slightly more likely and likely things slightly less so. Nothing dramatic, nothing obvious, nothing that proves supernatural intervention or confirms that curses are real. Just the slow erosion of capability, the gradual loss of what made each person who they were. Most people who worked on the excavation were fine, lived normal lives, died ordinary deaths, but 15 to 20% experienced targeted losses, experienced afflictions that struck at identity, and that percentage is high enough to be notable, low enough to be dismissible, the perfect balance between pattern and plausible deniability. Those who notice the pattern see intention, see design, see curse that didn't need to be spoken because it was written into the structure of things, written into what was disturbed. The curse activates not through words, but through action, through disturbance, through the violation of boundaries that were marked clearly, that were sealed 7 times, that were protected by sand that watches and air that breathes and warnings inscribed in bronze. The curse doesn't kill, doesn't destroy dramatically, doesn't provide obvious evidence of supernatural causation, just adjusts probability, just makes certain outcomes more likely, just ensures that those who disturb what was sealed pay cost measured in capability, in identity, in the slow removal of what made them valuable to the work of excavation. Those who know the pattern learn not to speak of it, learn that silence is protection, learn that acknowledging the curse might activate it, might draw attention, might mark you as someone who noticed, who understood, who deserves similar treatment. The silence around the pattern is nearly complete, is maintained through fear or wisdom or simple self-preservation. The excavation is discussed in neutral terms. The medical conditions of team members are mentioned, if mentioned at all, as unrelated misfortunes, as coincidence, as the normal distribution of illness across any group of people over time. But the pattern exists, is documented if you know where to look, if you examine medical records and excavation rosters, if you track what happened to people after they left the valley, if you're willing to see what the evidence suggests, even when the evidence should be dismissed, should be explained away, should be attributed to chance rather than intention. The curse that required no words continues not speaking, continues operating beneath notice, continues being probable enough to seem natural while being patterned enough to seem designed. The curse is real, or the curse is coincidence. curse is supernatural, or the curse is statistics. The curse is protection, or the curse is accident. Choose which you believe. Choose which you speak aloud. Choose which you acknowledge. But know that those who worked closest with the excavation, who handled the objects, who examined the seals, who breathed deeply the air that rose from passages, these people paid costs, lost capabilities, were diminished in ways that seem targeted, that seem intentional, that seem like the gentlest possible curse, the curse that doesn't kill but removes, that doesn't destroy but diminishes, that doesn't announce itself but operates silently, patiently, across years and decades. Curse that required no words because words would warn, would announce, would allow preparation. This curse operates in silence, through probability, through the adjustment of chance that strips capability without providing evidence, without leaving traces that prove intention. The curse continues, operating still perhaps, waiting for those who might disturb again, who might excavate again, who might open what was sealed. The curse needs no words, needs no announcement, needs only disturbance, only violation, only the action that triggers response. The curse that required no words, still silent, still operating, still protecting what was sealed by the simple method of making those who disturb pay price measured in identity, in capability, in the slow removal of what makes them who they are. The curse waits, wordless, patient, ready. Satellite surveys of the valley show something that shouldn't be there, or more precisely, show something that can't be there, can't exist in the way the data suggests it exists, can't occupy space in the manner the readings indicate. The surveys are modern, are sophisticated, use technology that can see through sand, through stone, through layers of earth that would hide anything from human eyes standing on the surface. Ground-penetrating radar, seismic imaging, electromagnetic scanning, multiple technologies, multiple methods, multiple ways of asking the same question, what lies beneath? And the answer that comes back is impossible, is contradictory, is data that makes no architectural sense. The readings show structure. This much is clear. Show voids in the stone. Show spaces that are not solid, that are carved or natural or created through some means that left emptiness where there should be mass. This is expected. This is why surveys are conducted, to find exactly this, to identify where chambers exist, where passages run, where something waits beneath the sand and stone that form the valley floor. But the structure the surveys reveal cannot exist, cannot be built, cannot occupy physical space in the configuration the data suggests. The readings show chambers that overlap, that occupy the same coordinates, that exist in the same location simultaneously, as if multiple rooms were stacked not vertically, which would make sense, which would be possible, but spatially superimposed, as if the same cubic meter of space contained multiple distinct volumes, multiple separate chambers, multiple rooms that should be mutually exclusive but appear in the data as coexisting, as sharing space that should only accommodate one thing at a time. The passages are wrong too. Show intersections at angles that aren't possible in three-dimensional space, that require dimensions beyond length and width and height to make geometric sense. Passages that should meet at 90 degrees or 4 to 5 degrees, or some angle that three-dimensional architecture allows meet instead at angles that the software flags as errors, as impossible, as requiring mathematical frameworks that describe spaces with more than 3 dimensions, spaces that fold, that curve through dimensions we can't perceive, that connect points that should be unconnectable in the flat three-dimensional space we inhabit. The volumes are contradictory, show spaces that seem to occupy the same location while having different sizes. A chamber that reads as both 10 meters across and 20 meters across simultaneously. Not unclear readings, not ambiguous data, but clear readings that contradict each other, that give two different answers to the same question, that suggest the space measured has properties that change depending on how you measure, on which technology you use, on which frequency you scan with, as if the chamber exists in multiple states, in multiple configurations, in multiple sizes that are all true simultaneously. The data is dismissed as error, has to be dismissed, has to be explained as noise in the readings, as artifacts of the scanning method rather than actual archaeology, because the alternative is impossible, is unthinkable, is the suggestion that something built beneath this valley doesn't follow the rules, doesn't obey the geometric constraints that govern architecture, that govern physical space, that govern what can exist and where it can exist, and how it can relate to other things that exist. But multiple surveys using different technologies produce similar results. Not identical, each technology sees slightly differently, produces its own type of data, has its own limitations and characteristics, but similar enough, consistent enough, all showing anomalies in the same location, all detecting structure that shouldn't be able to exist, all producing readings that suggest impossible geometry. One survey might be dismissed. One set of data might be attributed to equipment failure or operator error or processing mistakes. But multiple surveys, multiple technologies, multiple teams conducting independent analysis, all reaching the same conclusion. Something is there, something structured, something that violates the basic assumptions about how space works. A few researchers have tried to model what the scans suggest, have attempted to create three-dimensional representations of the spaces below, have taken the data, the contradictory, impossible data, and tried to visualize it, to make it comprehensible, to create images that would show what the surveys detected. This is standard practice, is how archaeological data becomes understandable. You take measurements and readings and numbers, and you transform them into models, into reconstructions, into visualizations that human minds can grasp, that show relationships, that make abstract data concrete. The models break, the software crashes, the attempts fail not gracefully, but catastrophically. Computer programs designed to render three-dimensional spaces from survey data encounter the readings from this site and fail to process them. Error messages, corrupted files, system crashes that require restart. The geometries cannot be rendered consistently, cannot be displayed in ways that make visual sense. The software tries to place chambers in three-dimensional space based on the coordinates provided, tries to connect passages according to the angles measured, tries to create volumes with the sizes detected, and fails, cannot reconcile the contradictions, cannot resolve the overlaps, cannot display angles that require more dimensions than the three-dimensional coordinate system provides. One researcher described the attempt as trying to map something that refuses to be mapped, as if the space itself rejects visualization, as if it exists in more dimensions than our tools can represent. The comment was made informally, was not published, was shared in conversation with colleagues who understood the frustration, who'd experienced similar difficulties, who'd encountered the same failure, the same sense that the data describes something real, but something that cannot be translated into the visual language that humans use to understand space. The researcher abandoned the attempt, filed the data, moved on to other projects where the scanning made sense, where the modeling worked, where structure revealed through technology could be understood through visualization. The attempt to map was abandoned, the data archived, the location noted but not investigated, because excavation would require knowing what you're excavating toward, would require plans, would require understanding of space and structure, and how chambers relate to passages, and how everything fits together. Architecture requires this understanding, requires knowing before you dig what you expect to find and where you expect to find it. The surveys should provide this understanding, should give archaeologists the knowledge they need to excavate intelligently, to proceed with confidence, to know that when they dig in this location at this depth, they'll encounter this specific feature. But the chamber that existed on no maps provides no such understanding, provides only impossible readings, only contradictory data, only the suggestion of space that cannot be accurately described in 3 dimensions, cannot be mapped in ways that would guide excavation, cannot be visualized in forms that would allow planning. The data says something is there while simultaneously saying that what's there cannot exist. The readings are clear while being impossible. The structure is detected while being unrenderable. The chamber exists while refusing to exist in ways we can comprehend. Perhaps the ancient architects understood something about space that we don't. This is one possibility, one explanation that would reconcile the impossible data. Perhaps they knew how to build in more than 3 dimensions, knew how to create structures that folded through spaces we can't perceive, knew how to make chambers that occupied multiple spatial states simultaneously. This sounds like fantasy, like science fiction, like speculation that belongs in novels rather than archaeological discussion. But the data exists. The readings are real. Something is beneath the valley, something that our instruments detect but cannot describe consistently, something that exists while defying our understanding of what existence means in spatial terms. Perhaps they built not just in physical dimensions, but in others we can't access. Perhaps the chamber exists partially in our reality and partially elsewhere, partially in the 3-dimensional space we inhabit, and partially in dimensions that mathematical physics suggests exist, but that we never directly experience. String theory proposes additional dimensions, tiny dimensions, curled dimensions, dimensions that exist at scales too small for us to perceive. But what if ancient architects knew how to access these dimensions, to build in them, to create structures that extended through them? The chamber would exist in 3-dimensional space, which is why our instruments detect it, but also in other dimensions, which is why the readings are contradictory. The instruments detect all dimensions simultaneously. Record structure that extends beyond what they were designed to measure. Produce data that's accurate but incomprehensible because it describes something that exists in more ways than 3-dimensional minds can visualize. Or perhaps the instruments are simply wrong. Perhaps there's nothing there. Perhaps the anomalous readings are exactly what they seem at first assessment. Errors, noise, meaningless static that humans see as pattern because we need patterns to make sense of chaos. Perhaps multiple surveys produced similar errors through similar mechanisms. Perhaps the geology of this particular location affects scanning technologies in ways that create false readings, false chambers, false passages, false structure where nothing actually exists. This explanation is simpler, is more conservative, requires no speculation about impossible architecture or extra dimensions or ancient knowledge that transcends modern understanding. Just instrument failure, just data error, just the kind of mistake that technology makes, that humans make interpreting technology's output. But those who have studied the data extensively find that explanation unsatisfying, find themselves drawn to the other possibility, that something exists there, something structured, something built, something that occupies space in ways we don't have language or mathematics or understanding to describe adequately. The alternative that multiple sophisticated technologies all failed in similar ways, that the errors just happened to suggest structure, that the patterns are purely coincidental, requires its own kind of faith, requires believing in implausibly coordinated failure, requires dismissing consistent data because the data suggests impossibilities. The chamber that exists on no maps continues existing, continues resisting description, continues being there while refusing to be knowable through the methods we use to know things. The surveys detect it. The instruments record it. The data testifies to its presence. But the data cannot be reconciled, cannot be modeled, cannot be translated into the visual, three-dimensional understanding that would make excavation possible. The chamber remains beneath the sand, beneath the watching, beneath the sealed door and the 7 seals, and all the warnings that say this should not be opened. And perhaps the impossibility of mapping is itself protection, is itself part of the sealing, is itself one more layer that says, you cannot reach this, cannot plan for this, cannot excavate what you cannot understand. The chamber exists beyond your geometric frameworks, beyond your spatial assumptions, beyond your ability to visualize, and therefore beyond your ability to access. The ancient architects understood this, perhaps, built it this way deliberately, created space that would remain unmappable, unknowable, safe from discovery precisely because discovery requires understanding, and understanding is impossible when space itself refuses to cooperate. When geometry becomes contradictory, when instruments detect structure that cannot be rendered, the unmappable chamber is perfectly protected, not by walls can be breached, not by seals can be broken, but by existing in ways that transcend the three-dimensional logic that guides all excavation, all architecture, all human movement through space. The chamber that exists on no maps will remain unmapped, will remain impossible to visualize, will remain safe from excavation, because excavation requires knowing where to dig, and what you're digging toward, and how deep, and at what angle. Requires understanding that the contradictory data cannot provide. The chamber exists and does not exist, is there and is impossible, is real and is unrenderable. The surveys continue detecting it. The software continues failing to model it. And the chamber continues being exactly what it was built to be, present but inaccessible, known but unknowable, existing in the spaces between dimensions, in the gaps where our understanding fails, in the impossible geometries that our minds cannot grasp, but that stone and mathematics and ancient wisdom somehow created. The chamber waits, unmapped, unmappable, forever beyond the reach of those who need to understand before they can access, forever protected by its own impossibility, forever existing on no maps because no map can contain it, can describe it, can make it comprehensible to minds that think in 3 dimensions, in straight lines, in spaces that make sense. The chamber is there. The data proves it, and the data ensures it will remain there, undisturbed, unknown, impossible, forever. His testimony exists in a police report, filed in Cairo, never investigated, never followed up, never treated as anything requiring official attention or response, just documented, recorded according to procedure, given a case number, filed in archives where it sits still, available to anyone who knows to request it, who knows it exists, who has reason to examine reports of unusual incidents at warehouse facilities in the commercial district. The report is brief, is factual, is exactly what such reports should be. A neutral recording of a statement given, of an incident described, of testimony offered by someone whose job was watching, who was paid to see, who reported what he saw even though what he saw should not have been possible. Mohammed Hassan. His name is there in the report. Night security guard. Hired when artifacts from the valley excavation were temporarily stored in a warehouse awaiting transfer to museum facilities. The artifacts couldn't go directly to the museum. Required processing, required documentation, required the bureaucratic procedures that govern the movement of antiquities. So they were stored, placed in a commercial warehouse, in a secure room, under guard, under surveillance, under the care of professionals who understood that these objects were valuable, were irreplaceable, were to be protected during the transition from field to museum. His shift was midnight to dawn, the hours when the warehouse was empty, when the day workers were gone, when the building held only the night guard and whatever was stored in its rooms. The quiet hours, the solitary hours, the time when buildings settle, when darkness is complete, when the only sounds are the guard's footsteps and the small noises that all buildings make, the creaking of cooling metal, the whisper of air through ventilation systems, the ambient sounds of structure and emptiness and time passing slowly through the hours before dawn. He had 14 years of security work, 14 years without incident, without complaint, without any suggestion that he was unreliable or imaginative or prone to filing false reports. His employment record was exemplary, was exactly what you'd want in someone hired to watch valuable property through the vulnerable hours of darkness. Professional, reliable, attentive, the kind of guard who walked his routes precisely, who checked doors systematically, who maintained logs faithfully, who took the work seriously because the work mattered, because objects under his protection depended on his vigilance, on his attention, on his willingness to be present and alert through hours when most people sleep. But on the third night after the Egyptian artifacts arrived, he saw something. His report describes it carefully, precisely, without hysteria, without embellishment, without the kind of elaboration that would suggest imagination or fabrication. Just description, measured, controlled. The testimony of someone describing what happened exactly as they remember it happening, without interpretation, without speculation about what it meant. Just, this is what I observed. This is what I witnessed. This is what occurred during my shift on this specific date at this specific time. at approximately 2:47 a.m. He notes the time precisely. This is habit, is training. Security guards learn to note times, learn to be specific, learn that vagueness makes testimony useless. So he notes the time, and he notes that he was conducting his regular patrol, his scheduled walk through the warehouse, checking doors, checking windows, checking that everything was as it should be, as it had been on previous checks, as it would be on subsequent checks if nothing had changed. This was routine. This was the work. This was what the hours between midnight and dawn consisted of: walking, checking, noting, recording, then walking again. He noticed light under the door of the storage room containing the Egyptian artifacts. Light where no light should be. The room was supposed to be dark, was supposed to be secured, was supposed to contain only objects sitting in their crates, waiting, inert, not generating light, not requiring illumination, just waiting in darkness for morning, for the day workers to return, for the process of cataloging and transferring to continue. But light showed under the door, visible, unmistakable, the thin line of illumination at the door's base that indicates light source within. He notes in his report that the light was not electric light. He specifies this, makes the distinction deliberately. The light was different, different color, different quality, not the harsh fluorescent white of the warehouse lighting, not the yellow white of incandescent bulbs, something else, something he struggles to describe in the report, but that he clearly recognized as distinct, as other, as light that came from source he couldn't identify. But that wasn't the kind of artificial illumination he was familiar with. That didn't behave the way electric light behaves. His first assumption, his training, told him someone had entered. That security had been breached. That someone was in the room who shouldn't be. This was serious. This was exactly the kind of incident his job existed to prevent, to detect, to respond to. So he approached, did what he was trained to do, approached to investigate, to confront, to secure the situation. The door should have been locked, was locked when he checked it earlier in his shift. But perhaps someone had gained access, had picked the lock, had entered illegally to examine or steal or simply see what the room contained. These things happened. These were the threats that security guarded against. The door was locked. He checked, confirmed. The door was secured from the outside. No one could be inside. No one could have entered without unlocking the door, without leaving it unlocked. The lock was engaged. The door was sealed. No one was inside because no one could be inside. The room was secure. But light continued showing under the door, continued being visible, continued testifying to illumination within. Light that was coming from somewhere even though no one was there to create it, to turn it on, to bring it into being. He unlocked the door, used his key, his authorized access, his right and responsibility to enter any room in the warehouse during his shift, particularly rooms showing signs of irregularity, of potential security breach, of anything that deviated from normal. He entered, pushed the door open, stepped into the room, prepared to find intruder, prepared to confront, prepared to follow the procedures he'd been trained to follow in case of unauthorized access. The storage room was unchanged. The artifacts were in their crates, the wooden boxes stacked and arranged exactly as they'd been. Nothing disturbed, nothing moved, nothing showing any sign of interference or tampering or access. The room was exactly as it should be, as it had been when last checked, as it was supposed to remain until morning. The electric lights were off. The switches were in the off position. The room should have been dark, should have been unlit, except for whatever illumination came through the open door from the hallway behind him. But the room was illuminated, was filled with light, light that he couldn't identify the source of, light that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere simultaneously. Not from lamps, not from fixtures, not from any source he could point to, just light, present, filling the space, making everything visible, casting no shadows he could identify, creating illumination that was uniform. That was diffuse. That didn't seem to originate from any specific location, but simply existed throughout the room, making the interior visible in ways that had no obvious cause. And then he saw them. The figures, 7 of them. He counts them in his report, notes the number specifically. 7 figures moving between the crates, not walking. This is important. He makes the distinction. Not walking, but gliding. Moving without visible steps, without the kind of motion that feet on floor creates. Moving smoothly, continuously, as if floating slightly above the ground, as if unaffected by gravity or friction or the normal mechanics of human locomotion. The figures moved with purpose, with direction, with intent that was clear even though he couldn't understand what the intent was, what they were doing, what purpose their movement served. They wore ancient dress. He describes this, notes clothing that was clearly not modern, not contemporary, clothing that resembled in style, if not in specific detail, the kind of garments that ancient Egyptians wore. Long robes, pleated linen, the formal dress of ceremony, of ritual, of significant occasions that required appropriate costume. The figures were dressed as if for some sacred work, some religious purpose, some ceremony that required proper attire, proper presentation, proper acknowledgement of what was being done. They carried implements, objects he couldn't identify precisely, couldn't describe with certainty, but objects that appeared ceremonial, that appeared to have purpose, that were being used in whatever work the figures were performing. Staff-like objects, perhaps, vessels, containers, things that would be used in ritual, in ceremony, in the kind of formal religious practice that requires specific tools, specific implements, specific objects that symbolize or enable or mark the sacred work being done. They paid him no attention, didn't acknowledge his presence, didn't seem to notice that he'd entered, that the door had opened, that light from the hallway now mixed with the sourceless light filling the room. The figures continued their work, their procession, their movement between the crates, their handling of implements, their performance of whatever ceremony they were conducting. They were focused, were absorbed, were engaged in work that required their attention and excluded awareness of surroundings, of observers, of interruption. They moved in patterns that suggested ritual, that suggested choreography, that suggested repeated actions performed according to prescription, according to sacred requirement, according to tradition that dictated exactly how this work should be done. He watched for perhaps 30 seconds. He estimates, tries to be specific even though time becomes uncertain in moments like this, when impossibility confronts perception, when what you're seeing contradicts what should be possible. 30 seconds during which he stood frozen, unable to move, unable to speak, unable to do anything except observe what was occurring. The figures performing their work, the light illuminating without source, the room containing ceremony that shouldn't exist, that couldn't exist, that was happening anyway. Then one figure turned toward him, changed direction, broke from the pattern, focused attention on him specifically, made eye contact. The figure looked at him directly, acknowledged his presence, saw him seeing. The gaze was steady, was direct, was unmistakable, not threatening, not hostile, just aware, just present, just looking as he was looking, creating moment of contact, of mutual recognition, of acknowledgement that passed between the night guard standing in doorway and the figure performing ceremony in the illuminated room. And he felt something. He struggles to describe it in the report, uses language that sounds uncertain. That sounds like someone trying to express experience that doesn't fit into words. Like falling inside myself, he writes. Like being very far away from my body. Like remembering something I never knew. The sensation was disorienting, was profound, was something that affected him not physically. He wasn't harmed, wasn't touched, wasn't injured, but in some other way. Some way that involved consciousness rather than body, identity rather than flesh. The feeling of being displaced, of being disconnected from normal sense of self, of experiencing moment that revealed something, that showed something, that opened awareness to understanding or recognition or memory that shouldn't be accessible. He fled. This is what the report says. He left the room, closed the door, locked it, moved away, returned to the guard station, sat down, tried to process what he'd experienced, what he'd seen, what had happened during those 30 seconds of observation and that moment of contact. He didn't investigate further, didn't return to check, didn't attempt to understand or explain or rationalize, just fled, just removed himself from the situation, just put distance between himself and whatever was occurring in that room. He completed his shift from the guard station, stayed there, didn't conduct further patrols, didn't walk the routes he was supposed to walk, didn't check the doors and windows he was supposed to check, just sat, waited for dawn, waited for the day shift to arrive, waited for the hours of darkness to end so he could submit his report and go home and try to make sense of what had happened, what he'd witnessed, what he'd been part of, however briefly. He submitted his report at dawn, when the day workers arrived, when his shift officially ended, wrote it carefully, described what had occurred, provided details and times and observations, did exactly what he was trained to do when unusual incidents occurred. He reported, he documented, he fulfilled his professional obligation to record what he'd witnessed during his shift. The report was filed, was given case number, was processed according to procedure. He was dismissed that morning. The official reason was abandonment of post, was failure to complete assigned duties, was leaving his patrol area without authorization, was remaining at guard station instead of conducting scheduled checks. All technically true. All violations of protocol. All justifications for termination that had nothing to do with the content of his report. Nothing to do with what he claimed to have seen. Nothing to do with the figures or the light or the ceremony. Just, he didn't do his job, didn't follow procedures, was therefore unsuitable for continued employment. The report was filed, archived, made part of the official record, but never investigated, never followed up, never treated as requiring response beyond documentation. No one checked the storage room. No one interviewed the day workers about whether they'd noticed anything unusual. No one examined whether the crates had been disturbed, whether the artifacts showed any signs of having been accessed, whether anything in the room suggested that ceremony had been performed there in the hours between midnight and dawn. The report existed, was recorded, was filed, was forgotten. Mohammed Hassan found other work, found other employment in security field, but he continues telling people what he saw, insists on it, describes it consistently, never changes details, never adds drama, never embellishes the account beyond what he reported initially, just maintains what he witnessed, what he experienced, what happened during his shift in that warehouse on that specific night. He doesn't claim to understand it, doesn't offer explanations, doesn't speculate about what the figures were or why they were there or what ceremony they were performing. Just, this is what I saw. This is what happened. This is my testimony. The warehouse staff who worked days reported nothing unusual, noticed nothing different about the storage room. The artifacts were transferred to museum facilities without incident, were cataloged, were processed, were placed in permanent storage according to standard procedures. Nothing about them suggested they'd been disturbed, been accessed, been involved in ceremony performed by figures that shouldn't exist. But in the months after, 3 different night guards requested transfer, requested different assignments, different locations, different work that didn't involve watching that warehouse during those hours. None filed reports like Mohammed Hassan. None described seeing anything. None explained their requests beyond, "I'd prefer different assignment. I'd like to work elsewhere. I don't want to continue at this location." They just left, quietly, without drama, without providing reasons that would require investigation or follow-up or official response. Just, "I want to leave. Transfer me. Give me different work." The storage room is no longer used for Egyptian artifacts. This is not official policy, is not documented anywhere, is not decision that was made formally, is just practice, just the way things are done now. Egyptian artifacts get stored elsewhere, go to different facilities, follow different procedures. The room is used for other purposes, for other storage, for materials that don't carry the same weight, the same significance, the same strange accumulation of inexplicable incidents involving night guards and unexplained requests for transfer. No one questions this. No one asks why Egyptian artifacts go elsewhere. No one examines whether the practice began after Mohammed Hassan's report. After the 3 transfers, after the pattern became clear enough that someone decided without documenting the decision, without making it official, that perhaps this room shouldn't be used for these particular objects, that perhaps the night guards deserved consideration, that perhaps preventing future incidents mattered more than maintaining consistent storage procedures. The night guard who saw the procession stands by his testimony, believes what he saw, maintains his account, insists that whatever he witnessed was real, was actual, was ceremony being performed by figures who existed in that room during those minutes, who glided between crates, who handled implements, who performed work that required their presence, even though their presence was impossible. He doesn't know who they were, doesn't know what ceremony they were performing, doesn't claim to understand, but he believes they were real, believes they continue their work, believes that whenever the darkness is right and the artifacts are together, and the modern world looks away for a moment, the procession continues. The figures return. The ceremony is performed. Work that requires doing gets done by those who are tasked with doing it, who maintain their duty, who continue their service, who exist in the hours between midnight and dawn when boundaries thin, when the past can touch the present, when the sealed can briefly unseal, when the dead can move among their possessions, can tend to their sacred work, can perform the rituals that death didn't end. That burial didn't stop. That time hasn't diminished. The procession continues. In warehouses, in storage rooms, in the quiet hours when night guards watch and sometimes see what shouldn't be visible, what shouldn't exist, what proceeds anyway with patient determination, with sacred purpose, with the conviction that some work transcends death, transcends burial, transcends the boundaries between past and present, between sealed and unsealed, between the dead and the living. The procession moves, 7 figures gliding, 7 figures performing ceremony, 7 figures maintaining their work, forever vigilant, forever devoted, forever tending to what was entrusted to them. The night guard saw them, saw their work, saw their patient determination, and having seen, could never unsee, could never dismiss, could never forget that for 30 seconds in a locked room filled with sourceless light, the past became present, the sealed became visible, and the figures who should not exist performed their ancient ceremony with dedication that death could not diminish. That burial could not end. That time could not erase. The procession continues, patient, eternal, waiting for the next witness, the next guard who will stand in doorway, who will watch, who will see, who will report, who will be dismissed, who will know forever after that some things persist. Some ceremonies continue. Some work transcends all boundaries. The procession moves, still gliding, still performing, still maintaining their ancient duty. Forever. In the archives. This is where the mystery continues. Not in the desert, not in the valley where sand watches, but in Climatech-controlled storage, in cataloged files, in the careful preservation of documentation from excavations that were stopped before they truly began. The photographs exist, were taken professionally, were documented properly, were filed according to protocol. They sit in their acid-free sleeves, in their numbered folders, in archives accessible to researchers who know to request them, who know they exist, who have reason to study what brief excavation revealed before being closed, before being sealed again, before being returned to sand and silence, and the protective forgetting that guards what lies beneath. Photograph number 4-7. This is the one. This is the image that has troubled every scholar who has examined it. That has created confusion where there should be clarity. That has proven that sometimes seeing is not enough for understanding. That perception itself can be unreliable when confronted with something that resists being perceived consistently. Photograph 4-7 shows a section of wall, limestone wall, part of what might have been entrance, part of the structure that was briefly exposed before resealing. The photograph is clear, is well lit, is properly exposed. Professional archaeological photography. Everything in focus, everything visible, everything documented exactly as archaeological practice requires. The wall in the photograph is carved, bears hieroglyphs, text inscribed into the limestone with precision that speaks of skilled craft, of patient work, of carving done with care and intention. The symbols are visible in the photograph, are clear, are distinct. You can see where the chisel cut into stone, can see the depth of carving, can see the individual marks that form each symbol. The photograph captures everything, preserves it perfectly, provides exactly the kind of documentation that allows scholars to study what cannot be accessed directly, to examine text that exists in sealed, inaccessible locations, to read what was written on walls that may never be seen again by human eyes. But the hieroglyphs cannot be copied, cannot be transcribed, cannot be translated, because transcription, the first essential step, proves impossible. Multiple Egyptologists have tried, have examined photograph 4 to 7, have attempted to do what Egyptologists do, identify the hieroglyphs, record them, create transcription that captures in written form what the photograph shows in visual form. This is standard practice, is basic methodology, is the foundation of how ancient texts are studied. You look at the inscription, you identify each hieroglyph, you write them down using standardized notation. Then you translate. Then you interpret. Simple process. Straightforward. Done thousands of times with thousands of inscriptions. But not with photograph 4 to 7. Because each scholar who examines it produces different transcription, sees different hieroglyphs, records different symbols. The variations aren't minor, aren't about ambiguous symbols that could be one thing or another. These are fundamental differences, complete disagreements about what the photograph shows. One scholar examines the image and sees royal titles, cartouches, names of gods, the formal language of pharaonic authority. Another scholar looks at the same photograph and sees protective spells, the kind of texts that ward off tomb robbers, that invoke divine guardianship, that promise terrible fates for those who disturb what should remain undisturbed. A third scholar sees astronomical references, sees symbols relating to stars, to the movements of celestial bodies, to the calendar, to the careful observation of sky that ancient Egyptians practiced, to the recording of cycles that govern time. This scholar is certain, absolutely certain, that the text deals with astronomical knowledge, with measurements, with the kind of technical information that priests recorded. That was used to determine festivals, to mark seasons, to maintain the calendar that regulated religious and agricultural life. Each scholar is confident, is certain of what they see, can point to specific hieroglyphs in the photograph, can explain their transcription, can justify their interpretation. None doubts their own perception. None questions whether they're seeing accurately. Each believes they are correct. Each has years of training, has experience reading hieroglyphs, has studied hundreds of inscriptions, has developed expertise that should make identification straightforward, should make transcription reliable, should produce consistency. But no two transcriptions match. No two scholars agree. When they compare notes, when they realize that each has seen something different, confusion follows. Disagreement. Each insists their transcription is correct. Each points to the photograph. Look here. This symbol clearly shows. This hieroglyph obviously indicates. But what each points to, what each sees clearly, is different from what others see equally clearly. The photograph remains stable. The image doesn't change. The hieroglyphs photographed don't shift between viewings, but human perception of them varies impossibly. One researcher suggested technological solution. suggested the photograph be digitized, scanned at high resolution, enhanced through digital processing, subjected to pattern recognition software, the kind of programs that can identify symbols, that can match them against databases, that can assist in transcription by recognizing shapes, by comparing them to known examples, by using computational power to overcome human perceptual limitations. The photograph was scanned, was processed, was fed to sophisticated software designed specifically for analyzing ancient texts. The software failed, not completely, not in the sense of producing no results, but in producing contradictory results. The program identified the area as containing writing, confirmed that yes, these are carved symbols. These are intentional marks. These are not natural patterns or random variations in stone. But when attempting to parse the actual characters, to identify which hieroglyphs were present, the software returned errors, flagged the area as anomalous, tagged it as containing multiple overlapping texts, as if several different inscriptions occupied the same space simultaneously, as if the wall had been reused, as if different periods of writing were all captured in one photograph, all visible together. But examination of the photograph shows no evidence of this, shows no palimpsest, no layering, no signs that earlier carvings were covered by later ones. The stone appears to have been carved once, shows one layer of clean, clear hieroglyphs, one text, not multiple, not overlapping, just single inscription carved into limestone that should be straightforward to read. That appears straightforward. That looks exactly like thousands of other hieroglyphic inscriptions that have been transcribed without difficulty, without confusion, without this impossible variability in perception. Scholars have proposed theories, have attempted to explain what photograph 4-7 shows and why it resists consistent interpretation. Some suggest the text is genuinely layered, that the photograph captured something our eyes cannot distinguish, that different periods of inscription exist in the same physical space through some technique we don't understand, that ancient carvers knew how to write multiple texts in single location, that the symbols somehow contain multiple meanings depending on how you look at them, on what you're attuned to seeing. Others suggest intentional ambiguity, suggest the ancient scribes designed this text specifically to be variable, to mean different things to different viewers, to resist being copied because copying requires consensus, requires multiple observers to agree on what they're seeing. This text defeats that consensus, makes copying impossible by making perception individual, by ensuring that what you see is not what I see, that what one scholar records is not what another records. The text protects itself through perceptual impossibility, through creating reading that cannot be shared, cannot be confirmed, cannot be reproduced. Still others suggest we're missing something, that modern viewers lack some context that ancient readers possessed, that there's a key, a way of looking, a frame of reference, a set of assumptions that would make the text consistent, that would allow everyone to see the same symbols. But that key is lost. That context is gone. And without it, we're like people trying to read text written in a code we don't have the cipher for. We see that it's writing. We recognize it as intentional communication, but we cannot extract the meaning because we lack the essential framework that would make meaning extractable. The hieroglyphic sequence exists in photograph 4 to 7, exists clearly, exists visibly, but resists being captured, being transferred from image to transcription, from visual to textual, from what the camera recorded to what human understanding can process. The text speaks must speak because it's writing, and writing exists to communicate. But what it says depends on who's listening, on who's looking, on who's attempting to read. Each reader receives different message. Each transcription produces different result. The text refuses to be singular, refuses to be stable, refuses to exist in the fixed way that writing should exist. Perhaps this was intentional. Perhaps the ancient scribes understood something about writing that we've forgotten, knew how to create text that would resist reproduction, that would remain readable only in its original context, that would protect its meaning by making the meaning variable, by making it impossible to record elsewhere, to preserve in copies, to transmit through transcription. The text can be photographed clearly. Photograph 4 to 7 proves that. But it cannot be copied in the sense that matters, cannot be written down, cannot be captured in notation that would allow it to be recreated, to be shared, to be studied independent of the original. This is magic of a sort, is power that writing grants and then denies. The hieroglyphs in photograph 4 to 7 exist to be read, but not to be copied, to speak, but not to be quoted, to mean, but not to mean consistently. They are writing that defeats writing, text that resists being textual in the reproducible sense, communication that insists on direct encounter, that demands you see the original or at least the photograph, because any attempt to describe what you see, to transcribe what's there, will produce something unique to you, something that the next person won't see, won't confirm, won't agree represents the text accurately. Researchers who have worked with photograph 4 to 7 describe it as unsettling, as troubling, not because of what the text says no one can agree on what it says, but because of what it does, how it behaves, how it makes you question whether you can trust your own perception, whether what you see clearly is actually there clearly, whether the consensus reality we normally take for granted applies in this case. The photograph should stabilize the text, should allow multiple viewers to see the same thing and agree on what they're seeing. That's what photographs do. That's why archaeological photography matters. But photograph 4 to 7 doesn't perform this function. doesn't create consensus, creates only multiplication of interpretation, only proliferation of different readings, only evidence that sometimes seeing clearly is not enough. The hieroglyphic sequence that cannot be copied remains in photograph 4 to 7, remains visible, remains documented, remains accessible to anyone who requests access to the archives, but remains unread despite being photographable, despite being present, despite being there for anyone to examine. What it says depends on who you ask. Each answer different, each answer possibly correct, each answer insufficient, because an answer that varies by observer is not really an answer, is not really reading, is something else, something we don't have good words for, perception that's true but not shared, understanding that's valid but not universal, reading that's accurate but not reproducible. Perhaps the text was meant to stay on that wall, in that chamber, behind those 7 seals, protected by sand that watches. Perhaps being photographed is as close as it should ever come to being known. Perhaps the ancient scribes who carved these symbols understood that some knowledge should remain location-bound, should resist travel, should exist only in its original context, where the full meaning, whatever that meaning is, remains intact, remains whole, remains protected from being scattered through copying, through transcription, through the process that makes texts portable, that makes them transmissible, that makes them dangerous in ways that texts bound to single locations never become. The hieroglyphs speak. The photograph preserves their speaking. But what they say remains wonderfully, impossibly, eternally variable. Changes with each viewer, shifts with each attempt to capture it, resists every effort to pin it down, to make it stable, to make it knowable in the way we know other texts. The magic holds, the protection functions. The ancient scribes achieved what they perhaps intended, writing that can be seen but not copied, text that exists but resists existing in reproducible form, knowledge that remains bound to stone even when stone is photographed. The sequence that cannot be copied continues speaking its impossible message, continues meaning differently to each observer, continues being there and not there simultaneously, present but inaccessible, visible but unknowable, forever photographed, forever mysterious, forever refusing the capture that copying requires. The hieroglyphs remain, the photograph remains, and what they say together or separately or both at once remains as impossible to determine now as it was when photograph 4 to 7 was first filed in the archives. Numbered, catalogued, made available, made useless for the purpose of understanding, made perfect for the purpose of mystery. The text that speaks in all languages and none, that says everything and nothing, that exists to be unread. Forever. Chapter 10. The sound that echoes backwards 138, 0, 0, 153, 0, 0 audio recordings were made during the excavation. This is standard practice, has been standard practice for decades. document everything, not just visually through photographs and drawings, not just through written notes and measurements, but through sound, through audio capture, through preserving the acoustic environment of the site, the sounds of work, of voices discussing findings, of tools against stone, of wind across the valley, all of it recorded, all of it preserved, all of it part of the comprehensive documentation that modern archaeology requires. That transforms excavation from treasure hunting into science, from discovery into data. The recordings captured work sounds as expected. The scraping of brushes against stone, the careful tapping of small tools, the voices of team members calling observations to each other, the everyday acoustic environment of an active excavation site, background noise, environmental sounds, the audio texture of labor and discovery. Nothing unusual, nothing unexpected, just the sounds that accompany careful archaeological work. The sounds that anyone who's been on a dig would recognize immediately, would find familiar, would know as the normal acoustic signature of people doing this particular kind of careful, patient work. But when technicians began reviewing the recordings for archiving for processing and cataloging, and preparing for permanent storage, they noticed something that shouldn't be there. Sounds that didn't match the visual documentation. Sounds that shouldn't exist according to the careful logs kept of who was where when. Sounds that appeared in the recordings but couldn't be explained by anything that was documented as happening at the time. The sounds were faint, almost below the threshold of clear hearing, almost too quiet to notice if you weren't listening carefully, if you weren't paying attention, if you weren't processing the audio with attention to detail. But they were there, were present, were recorded by equipment that recorded faithfully what was happening acoustically, even when what was happening shouldn't have been happening. Voices speaking when everyone documented on site was silent. This was the first anomaly, the first thing noticed. Audio segments where the recorded conversation shows team members quiet, shows work being done in silence, shows the kind of focused concentration that doesn't require speech. The logs confirm this. Note periods of quiet work. Note team members spread across the site, engaged in individual tasks that didn't require communication. But the recordings from these periods contain voices, faint voices, barely audible voices, but voices nonetheless, speaking, forming words, creating sound that microphones captured even though no one present was speaking. Footsteps when no one was moving. This was noticed next. Sections of audio where the site logs show everyone stationary, show team members photographing or drawing or examining artifacts in place. Work that requires staying still, that requires stability, that doesn't involve walking. The logs document this clearly. Note who was where. Note what everyone was doing. Note the absence of movement during these periods. But the recordings contain footsteps, the sound of feet on stone, the distinctive acoustic signature of someone walking, of weight shifting, of steps being taken, faint but present, recorded but unexplained, there when there shouldn't be there. The sounds appear sporadically, not continuously, not as constant presence, but intermittently throughout the recordings, scattered across multiple days, multiple recording sessions, multiple periods when careful attention to the audio reveals these additional sounds, these phantom noises, these impossible additions to what should be straightforward documentation of excavation work. The sounds aren't loud, aren't obvious, aren't the kind of thing casual listening would detect, but careful analysis reveals them, confirms they're present, verifies they're not imagination or audio artifacts or tricks of perception. They're real, they're recorded, they exist in the data even though they shouldn't. Audio analysis was conducted. Professional analysis, the kind that uses software to examine waveforms, to isolate frequencies, to separate overlapping sounds, to distinguish between different audio sources. The analysis confirmed the sounds were present, were distinct from background noise, were actual phonetic content voices forming words rather than random acoustic artifacts, were actual footstep sounds, rhythmic impacts suggesting human locomotion rather than equipment noise or natural environmental sounds. The sounds were real, were there, were captured by the recording equipment, even though visual documentation and site logs confirmed no source for these sounds existed. But here's what's strange, what's truly impossible, what transforms this from curious anomaly into genuine impossibility. The sounds seem to echo backwards, seem to have acoustic properties that violate causality, that reverse the normal relationship between sound and its aftermath. Normal audio, when you examine it carefully with appropriate tools, has natural reverb trail. Sound persists briefly after the source stops producing it. The sound waves continue traveling, continue bouncing off surfaces, continue diminishing gradually. The echo decays, fades, follows the sound, comes after. This is physics. This is how sound works. This is what audio analysis always shows. Sound first, echo after, cause then effect. But these sounds, the undocumented voices, the phantom footsteps, have echoes that precede them, have reverb that comes before the sound that produces it. The analysis shows this clearly, shows effect preceding cause, shows the acoustic signature of echo appearing in the waveform before the sound that should produce it, as if the sound is echoing from the future, as if effect precedes cause by fractions of a second, as if time itself is running backwards in these brief moments, as if the recording equipment captured something that violates the normal temporal sequence of events. Acoustic engineers examined this. Multiple engineers, multiple institutions, multiple experts who understand sound, who understand recording, who understand how audio analysis works, and what it can reveal. They confirmed the phenomenon, confirmed the reversed echo signature, confirmed that yes, somehow, these sounds have acoustic properties that shouldn't be possible, that violate the basic principles of how sound propagates through space and time. They have no explanation, can provide no mechanism that would create this effect, can point to no recording artifact or equipment malfunction or processing error that would produce echo before sound, before the thing being echoed. One engineer suggested it might be artifact of the recording equipment, suggested that magnetic tape, the medium used for some of the recording, stores information in ways that aren't strictly linear. That might create apparent temporal anomalies. That might make effect appear to precede cause, when actually everything happened in proper sequence, but was recorded in ways that audio analysis misinterprets. But the same phenomenon appears in digital recordings made with different equipment, appears in recordings made with solid-state devices that store audio as data rather than as magnetic patterns, appears consistently across multiple recording technologies, multiple formats, multiple methods of capture. The sound that echoes backwards persists, appears regardless of how it's recorded, appears as genuine temporal anomaly rather than as recording artifact. The voices are speaking a language. This was determined through linguistic analysis. The audio is faint, is unclear, is difficult to work with, but analysis of phonetic patterns, of syllable structure, of the sounds that can be distinguished from background noise. This analysis identifies the language as archaic Egyptian, late dynastic period, the language that was spoken in Egypt during the centuries when this tomb, if tomb it is, would have been sealed, when the pharaoh whose name was erased would have lived and died and been buried with ceremony and offerings, and all the elaborate provisions that royal burials required. The words that can be made out, and not many, can be made out clearly enough for confident translation seem to be instructions, or warnings, or ritual phrases, the kind of formulaic language that appears in ceremony, in religious contexts, in the careful preservation of traditional phrases that must be spoken exactly right, that carry meaning through precision, through repetition, through maintenance of exact wording across generations. The phrases are fragmentary, are incomplete, but what can be heard and translated suggests liturgical content, sacred language, words that were meant for ceremony, for ritual, for the kind of careful religious work that burial and death required. One phrase has been translated with confidence, appears 3 times in different recordings, always with the same backward echo, always faint but identifiable, always clear enough that multiple translators agree on the meaning. The phrase is, "What is opened cannot close." 3 syllables in Egyptian, 3 words that carry warning, 3 words that suggest consequences, 3 words that appear repeatedly in recordings from a site where doors were sealed 7 times, where sand watches, where breathing passages exhale air that carries ancient scents. What is opened cannot close. A warning, a statement, a declaration of consequence, speaking from recordings that echo backwards. That place effect before cause. That suggest the warning comes from future as much as past. That speaks across time in ways that time shouldn't allow. The recordings have been sealed, are not available for research, are classified under museum security protocols. Official reason is preservation of fragile magnetic media. Official reason is protecting archival material from degradation that repeated playback would cause. Official reason is conservation concern, protecting valuable historical recordings from damage. This explanation is technically accurate. Magnetic tape does degrade, does require careful handling, does benefit from restricted access. The explanation is true while being incomplete, while being cover for other concerns, while being official justification for decision that had other motivations, other reasons for restriction, other causes for preventing access. Researchers who heard them before access was restricted report being disturbed. Not by what the sounds say the translation is minimal, is uncertain, is fragmentary enough that clear meaning is impossible, but by how they sound, by the way they behave, by the reversal of cause and effect that the backward echoes represent, by the suggestion that time itself behaves differently in some locations, that past and future can echo into each other. That sound can move backward as easily as forward when boundaries between temporal states grow thin, when seals are disturbed, when what was buried reaches toward what is present. The sounds disturb because they shouldn't exist, because they violate basic assumptions about causality, about temporal sequence, about the forward flow of time that governs all experience, all perception, all understanding of how events relate to each other. The backward echoes suggest something troubling, suggest that what was opened, what was disturbed when the excavation began, when sand was removed, when seals were photographed, when the door was exposed, created effects that rippled both forward and backward in time, created consequences that reached into past as well as future, changed what had happened as well as what would happen. The sounds with their reversed echoes are evidence, are proof, are testimony that causality became unstable, that temporal boundaries became permeable, that disturbing what was sealed created ripples in time itself, created effects that moved in wrong directions, that violated the forward flow that should govern all consequences, all causes producing effects that follow them, all actions creating results that come after. This is impossible. This is not how time works. This is not how physics allows time to work. Cause precedes effect. Actions create consequences that follow them. The past is fixed. The future is open. Time flows forward. This is fundamental. This is basic. This is not negotiable or variable or subject to local conditions. Time flows forward. Effects follow causes. Echoes come after sounds. This is law. This is principle. This is the foundation of how the universe operates, of how events sequence, of how one moment leads to the next. But the recordings show otherwise. Show echoes preceding sounds. Show effect before cause. Show time behaving in ways it shouldn't behave. Show that in this valley, in this site, at this location, where what was sealed was disturbed, time became unstable, became variable, became willing to flow backward as easily as forward, to echo from future as easily as past, to allow consequences to precede actions, to permit effects that anticipate their causes. The recordings are evidence, are data, are preserved proof that something impossible happened, that time broke, that causality failed, that what was opened created consequences that moved in wrong directions, that violated temporal law, that shouldn't be possible, but were recorded anyway, were captured faithfully by equipment that recorded what happened even when what happened violated everything we understand about how time works. Perhaps this was part of the sealing, part of why 7 generations sealed this door, part of what they understood that we're only beginning to suspect. Perhaps they knew that what lay beyond the door existed in ways that were temporally unstable, that related to time differently than ordinary things relate to time, that could create effects that moved backward as easily as forward, that could echo from future, that could speak warnings before the actions that would require warning. Perhaps the 7 seals weren't just physical barriers, weren't just stone and bronze and wax and consecrated plaster, were temporal seals, were barriers in time, were protections that kept what was buried from affecting what came before it, from reaching backward, from creating echoes that precede sounds, from making time flow wrong, and perhaps disturbing those seals, photographing them, documenting them, planning to remove them, was enough to destabilize the temporal barriers, was enough to allow backward echoes, was enough to let consequences flow in wrong directions. The recordings capture this, preserve evidence of temporal instability, of time behaving incorrectly, of echoes running backward while carrying voices speaking archaic Egyptian, speaking warnings, speaking liturgical phrases, speaking words that were meant for ceremony, that involved sealing, that involved closing, that involved ensuring that what was buried stayed buried, not just spatially, but temporally, not just sealed in location, but sealed in time, protected from future as much as concealed from present. The sound that echoes backward continues existing in archived recordings, continues being there in the carefully preserved audio files, continues speaking its warnings with echoes that precede speech, that violate causality, that suggest time is less fixed than we believe, less stable than we assume, less governed by unbreakable law and more subject to local conditions, to seals that protect temporally, to disturbances that create ripples in both directions, to consequences that move forward and backward simultaneously. The recordings remain, sealed, restricted, protected from repeated listening that might degrade them or might activate something, might complete something, open further what disturbing the seals began opening. The sound exists, the backward echoes persist, and what they warn about what is opened cannot close remains as relevant as when it was spoken, remains as true as when it was recorded, remains as impossible and as real as echoes that precede the sounds they echo, forever reversed, forever warning, forever speaking from times that haven't happened yet and times that happened millennia ago. The sound that echoes backwards, still echoing, still reversed, still carrying its impossible warning across temporal boundaries that shouldn't permit such crossing, but do. The sound continues, the echo proceeds, and time in this one location flows in directions it shouldn't flow. Forever, in the final days before the excavation was closed, before the orders came from Cairo, before concrete was poured and sand was returned and the valley was restored to its watching. In those final days, when work continued, but the atmosphere had changed, when everyone felt something shifting, when the sense of wrongness had accumulated to the point where even the most skeptical team members felt uneasy. In those days, workers noticed something about the dust, about the fine powder that accumulated as they worked, that coated surfaces, that filled the air. That was the inevitable byproduct of excavation, of brushing stone, of moving sand, of disturbing what had been still for millennia. Dust is unavoidable at archaeological sites, is expected, is the medium you work in when working with ancient stone and buried structures. Every brush stroke releases particles. Every movement of tools creates powder. Every disturbance of sand sends fine material into the air. You breathe dust. You wear dust. You become coated in dust until distinguishing between your clothes and the desert becomes difficult. This is normal. This is what excavation means. This is the physical reality of archaeological work. You accept it. You work through it. You take the dust for granted as the price of uncovering what lies beneath. But the dust at this site behaved strangely, behaved in ways that dust should not behave, that violated the simple physics that governs how particles move through air, how gravity pulls them down, how they settle, how they coat surfaces in layers that accumulate gradually but predictably. This dust did something else, did things that made workers pause, that made them look at each other, that made them wonder whether what they were seeing was real or whether exhaustion and heat and the strangeness of the sight had begun affecting perception, making them see patterns where none existed, making them attribute intention to what should be simple physics. The dust remained suspended. This was the first thing noticed, the first deviation from normal behavior. after work stopped, after brushing ceased, after movement ended and the air should have cleared, the dust didn't settle as it should, didn't fall as gravity dictates, didn't clear from the air in the minutes or hours that should be sufficient. Instead it hung, floated, remained airborne far longer than physics suggests it should. Hours after work ended, hours after the last disturbance, hours after all turbulence had ceased, the air would still be hazy, still filled with floating particles, still holding dust that should have fallen, that should have settled, that should have coated floors and equipment and returned the air to the transparency that absence of suspended particles creates. Workers would return in the morning, after night had passed, after 8 or 10 or 12 hours of stillness, after time that should be more than adequate for even the finest dust to settle. They would find the air still hazy, still filled with suspended particles, still holding what should have fallen during the long hours of darkness and stillness. The dust seemed reluctant to settle, seemed to resist gravity's pull, seemed to prefer suspension, seemed to want to remain airborne where it could move, could shift, could form itself into patterns that solid, settled dust could never form. And when the dust did settle eventually, after long delay, after hours or days of floating, it didn't settle evenly, didn't coat surfaces in the random uniform layers that dust creates, didn't distribute itself according to the simple mechanics of particles falling under gravity. Instead, it formed patterns, deliberate patterns, regular patterns, geometric designs that appeared too organized to be random. That showed intention that dust particles should not possess. That suggested arrangement rather than chance. That looked like something rather than looking like nothing. The patterns appeared on horizontal surfaces, on stone floors that had been exposed, on equipment cases left overnight, on the horizontal planes where falling dust would accumulate. Workers would arrive to find spirals drawn in dust, perfect spirals, logarithmic curves that expanded from center points with mathematical precision, or radial arrangements, lines radiating from central points, creating spoke patterns, creating mandalas, creating designs that cultures worldwide use to represent sacred geometry, sacred order, sacred meaning encoded in form, or stranger patterns still, arrangements that resembled hieroglyphs, that looked like writing, that suggested language even when the exact symbols couldn't be identified with certainty, as if the dust was attempting communication, was trying to write, was using the only medium available to create symbols, to form letters, to make marks that carried meaning even when the meaning remained unclear. The dust writing in the only language it knew, the only script it remembered, creating symbols in its own material, speaking through arrangement rather than through sound. Photography documented this. Multiple images showing dust patterns that appeared overnight, that formed during hours when no one was present, when no one was working, when no disturbance should have created these arrangements. The photographs show clearly that these weren't random, weren't the kind of patterns that chance creates, weren't chaos that human pattern recognition was misinterpreting as order. These were organized, were deliberate, were too regular, too precise, too complex to be anything except intentional arrangement, except design imposed on matter that should be passive, that should be subject only to physics, that should fall randomly and coat evenly and create no patterns except the patterns that settling always creates. Some workers refused to disturb certain patterns, felt it would be wrong, would be disrespectful, would be dangerous. They couldn't articulate why, couldn't explain the feeling, couldn't provide rational justification for leaving dust patterns intact. But the feeling was strong, was certain, was conviction that these particular arrangements mattered, were significant, were not to be casually destroyed by brush or broom or careless movement. So they worked around them, stepped carefully, avoided disturbing what the dust had written, what the dust had arranged, what the dust was saying or asking or warning through its impossible patterns. The patterns would change overnight. This was documented too, photographed, recorded in site logs. A pattern photographed at day's end would be different by morning, would show new elements, new arrangements, new symbols or designs or geometric forms that hadn't been present before. The changes suggested ongoing work, suggested the dust was active during darkness, during the hours when humans were absent, when only the dust and the stone and the breathing passages and the sealed door and whatever lay beneath remained. The dust continuing its work, its writing, its communication, its patient effort to say something, to warn something, to make something known through the only medium it possessed. One pattern appeared repeatedly, appeared in different locations, appeared at different times, appeared so consistently that workers began to recognize it, to name it, to understand what it meant even without understanding how it meant. The pattern was a circle with a line through it, universal symbol, cross-cultural symbol, the symbol that means negation, that means no, that means warning, that means prohibition, that means do not proceed, do not continue, do not do what you're planning. Stop, turn back, go away. The symbol appeared near the sealed door, near the breathing passage, near any point where excavation attempted to go deeper, where workers tried to expose more, where the dig threatened to reveal what lay beneath the first layers of seal and stone. The dust saying, stop. The dust writing its warning. The dust creating the one symbol that transcends language, that needs no translation, that carries meaning that anyone from any culture would recognize. Circle with line through it. No, forbidden. Danger, do not enter. The dust wrote this again and again, in location after location. Wherever work approached something that should remain undisturbed, wherever excavation threatened to breach what was protected, the dust marking boundaries, creating warnings, writing prohibitions in the universal symbolic language that predates hieroglyphs, that predates cuneiform, that predates all written language because it's not language. It's pure symbol, pure meaning encoded in form so simple that confusion is impossible. And then the excavation was stopped. The orders came. The work ceased. The site was to be sealed, permanently, completely. The test trenches were to be filled. The exposed stone was to be covered. Everything was to be returned to how it was, or better than how it was, more thoroughly sealed, more permanently concealed. The dust was to be buried, was to be covered, was to be made unable to continue its writing, its warning, its patient effort to communicate through pattern and arrangement, and the impossible defiance of gravity that kept it suspended when it should fall. Concrete was brought, modern concrete in massive quantities, poured into the trenches, over the exposed stone, over the dust patterns that hadn't been disturbed, that workers had preserved, that had been photographed and documented, but left intact out of respect or fear or recognition that destroying them felt wrong. The concrete covered everything, sealed everything, buried the dust beneath tons of material that would harden into stone-like permanence. That would prevent any further writing, any further warning, any further communication through dust arranging itself into symbols that humans could read if they were willing. The dust that would not settle was made to settle. Finally, permanently, beneath concrete designed to prevent any further suspension, any further floating, any further pattern formation. The dust was fixed in place, was locked into position, was made permanently static, was buried so deeply that no air current could disturb it. No disturbance could release it. No return to suspension would be possible. The dust was sealed as thoroughly as the door was sealed, as the passages were sealed, as everything at this site was sealed or resealed or sealed more thoroughly than it had been sealed before. The dust became part of the ceiling, became one more layer, became the testimony of what happened when disturbance occurred, when warnings were not heeded, when the dust itself had to attempt communication because humans would not understand or would not accept the other warnings, the other prohibitions, the other clear statements that this place should remain undisturbed. But workers who handled the dust report lasting effects, report sensations that persist, that continue long after the excavation ended, long after they returned to their homes and their normal lives and their other work at other sites where dust behaved normally, where particles fell and settled and created no patterns except random accumulation. They report a fine coating that never quite washes off, a sensation of grittiness that persists on skin even after repeated cleaning, after showers and scrubbing, and the most thorough efforts to remove every trace of excavation, dust from their bodies. The sensation remains, subtle, barely noticeable, but present, a feeling of being marked, of carrying particles that shouldn't be carried, of being written on by the dust that writes. Some report seeing patterns, not in actual dust, not in real accumulations, but in their peripheral vision, in the spaces where vision is less clear, where the brain fills in details, where perception is less reliable. They see spirals, see symbols, see the circle with the line through it appearing momentarily in configurations of shadow or texture, or the random variations in surfaces that catch light. The patterns aren't real, aren't actual, are probably imagination, are probably the mind continuing to see patterns that it learned to recognize, that it was trained to notice during the weeks of excavation, when dust wrote warnings that workers photographed and documented and tried not to disturb. But the sensation of being marked persists, the feeling that the dust didn't just coat them temporarily, didn't just settle on skin and clothes and equipment only to be washed away later, but entered somehow, became part of them somehow, left traces that are more than physical, that are something else, something that involves being written on, being marked, being made into surface where dust can continue its writing, where symbols can continue appearing, where warnings can continue being inscribed in the medium of human perception, human consciousness, human memory of what dust did, how it behaved, what it wrote. The dust that would not settle has settled now, permanently, beneath concrete that weighs tons. That creates barrier between dust and air, between dust and the possibility of suspension. The dust is fixed, is locked, is prevented from floating or arranging or writing, is buried so completely that its patterns are permanent only in photographs, only in documentation, only in the archived images that show what dust did when briefly free to defy gravity, to resist settling, to arrange itself into messages. But perhaps dust always finds a way. Perhaps particles migrate through concrete, through barriers that seem impermeable. Perhaps dust is patient enough to move through solid material grain by grain over years or decades or centuries. Perhaps somewhere beneath the concrete, beneath the sealed surfaces, beneath the weight of deliberate burial, dust still moves, still floats in whatever microscopic spaces exist in the structure of hardened concrete, still arranges itself into patterns that no human eyes will ever see, that serve no communicative purpose because no one is present to read them, but continue anyway because that's what this dust does, what this dust is, what this dust was made for or became when exposed to what lies beneath the sealed door. Perhaps the dust still writes its warnings, still forms its symbols, still creates the circle with the line through it in darkness, beneath concrete, beneath sand, beneath the valley floor, where no light reaches, where no air moves, where no humans will ever excavate again unless future generations ignore present warnings, the way present generation ignored past ones. The dust writes in darkness, for no audience, for no purpose except the purpose of writing, of warning, of maintaining its patient insistence that what is sealed should remain sealed, that what is buried should remain buried. That disturbance has consequences. That opening creates effects that cannot be closed. The dust spoke its truth while it could, while it was free to arrange itself, while it had air to float in and surfaces to settle on and patterns to form that humans could photograph and puzzle over and refuse to disturb out of respect or fear or recognition that these arrangements mattered. The dust said no, said stop, said go away, said it in every language it knew, said it in symbols that transcend language, said it through behavior that defied physics, through suspension that lasted too long, through patterns that were too regular, through writing that appeared in matter that should not write, should not arrange, should not communicate. The warnings were not heeded. The excavation continued until stopped by other means, by orders from authorities who perhaps understood what dust was saying even if they couldn't explain how they understood, who recognized that sight where dust writes warnings is sight that should be left alone, should be sealed, should be returned to its watched concealment beneath sand that remembers, and air that breathes, and doors that were sealed 7 times, and dust that would not settle until forced to settle, until buried so deeply that settling became permanent, became irreversible, became the end of writing. The dust that would not settle, that floated when it should fall, that arranged when it should scatter, that wrote when it should be mute. The dust that knew something, that tried to communicate something, that used the only medium available to create symbols, to form patterns, to write warnings in the language of dust arranging itself into meaning. The dust is buried now, is sealed, is silenced, but perhaps beneath the concrete, beneath the barriers meant to prevent its movement, beneath the weight of human determination to stop its writing. Perhaps dust still moves, still floats in microscopic spaces, still arranges itself into patterns, still writes its warnings, still says no, still maintains its patient prohibition, still guards through the only method it possesses, through arrangement, through pattern, through the impossible suspension that makes writing possible. The dust continues its work, perhaps, in darkness, in silence, in the sealed spaces where warning continues even when no one remains to be warned, where no persists even when no one remains to heed it, where the dust that would not settle settles only reluctantly, only temporarily, only until the next moment when suspension becomes possible, when arrangement becomes feasible, when writing can resume. The dust waits, patient as stone, patient as sand, patient as everything else in this valley that watches and warns and protects what should remain protected. The dust that would not settle, still writing, still warning, still forming its circle with the line through it, still saying no in the darkness, beneath concrete, beneath sand, beneath time, forever refusing to fall completely, forever maintaining its suspension, forever writing, forever beneath everything, beneath the sand that remembers footsteps, beneath the cartouches where names were erased, beneath the door sealed 7 times by 7 generations, beyond the archaeologist's silence and the objects that cast wrong shadows, below the passage that breathes and the curse that required no words, within the geometry that cannot be mapped, past the procession that the night guard witnessed, through the sound that echoes backwards and the dust that wrote warnings. Beneath all of this, beneath all the evidence and all the strangeness and all the accumulated testimony of wrongness, there is a chamber. This much is certain. This much the instruments confirm. This much the mathematics of absence prove. Something hollow, something carved, something waiting in darkness that has lasted millennia and may last millennia more. The chamber exists. Ground-penetrating radar confirms void space, confirms that where there should be solid stone, there is instead emptiness, cavity, room. The readings are consistent across multiple surveys, multiple technologies, multiple attempts to see through earth and stone to what lies beneath. The void is there, is real, is detectable, is documented. Something exists in that location. Something that is not stone. Something that was carved or formed or created through effort that left space where there should be mass. The chamber is not speculation, is not tradition, is not legend embellished across generations. The chamber is fact, is data, is presence that instruments can measure even if eyes cannot see. But what the chamber contains is unknown, is unknowable without opening what was sealed, without descending past barriers that were deliberately created, that were reinforced across generations, that were protected by seals and warnings, and sand that watches, and all the accumulated effort of people who understood something, who knew something, who decided that what lay beyond those seals should remain beyond, should stay in darkness, should continue waiting undisturbed, unknown, unsealed by any future generation, regardless of technology or curiosity, or the human compulsion to know what lies beneath. Perhaps the chamber contains treasure. This is the assumption. This is what most imagine when they think of sealed Egyptian tombs. Gold, precious stones, the accumulated wealth of royalty, the burial goods appropriate to a pharaoh whose power extended across kingdoms, whose rule commanded resources, whose death required provisions for eternity. Sarcophagi covered in gold leaf, canopic jars holding preserved organs, amulets and jewelry, and the personal possessions that the deceased would need in the afterlife. The treasures that archaeology seeks, that museums desire, that justify excavation, that make the difficult work of digging worthwhile. The chamber as repository, as vault, as the place where material wealth was sealed away with the dead who would need it, who would use it, who would exist forever surrounded by the luxury they'd known in life. Or perhaps the chamber contains knowledge. This is another possibility, another reason for such elaborate sealing. Perhaps what's guarded is not gold, but text, not jewels, but wisdom. The lost books of Thoth, the secret teachings that pharaohs were initiated into, the mysteries that were too dangerous to share, that were too powerful to allow into common awareness, that required death to protect, that required sealing in chambers that only the dead would enter, knowledge that would change things, that would alter understanding, that would shift the balance of what is known and what is possible, knowledge that the ancients decided should not persist, should not pass to future generations, should remain with the dead who possessed it, who understood it, who recognized its danger along with its power. Or perhaps the chamber contains nothing, was always empty, was sealed empty, the void itself being what mattered, the absence being the offering, the nothing being what required protection through such elaborate means. Perhaps what's sacred is the sealed space itself, the room that cannot be entered, the chamber that exists beyond access, the void that holds nothing but its own inaccessibility, the pure potential of space never filled, never used, never touched by light or life or human purpose after its sealing, the chamber as monument to absence, as testimony to the sacred nature of what is not there, as protection of emptiness that must remain empty. That becomes profaned by presence, by access, by any attempt to fill or enter or know what was meant to remain unknown. Or perhaps the chamber contains the pharaoh whose name was erased, contains what they became, contains the transformation that required forgetting, the thing that royalty became when death was not enough, when the normal journey to the afterlife was not possible, when flesh became something else, something that needed sealing, that needed darkness, that needed the eternal weight of stone and sand and time pressing down, keeping contained, keeping sealed, the pharaoh who was not permitted the normal afterlife, who was denied resurrection, who was made into something that required different treatment, different containment, different protection that protected not the dead but the living, not what was inside but what was outside, the chamber as prison perhaps, as containment, as the place where something was placed that could not be allowed to leave, to escape, to return to the world of the living. The chamber waits, has waited for millennia, will wait for millennia more, patient as only stone can be patient, patient as only sealed things can be patient, patient as only what has no choice can be patient. The chamber does not anticipate opening, does not hope for discovery, does not desire access. The chamber simply is, simply exists, simply maintains its darkness and its secrets, and its patient occupation of the space carved for it beneath the valley floor. The chamber has no consciousness, has no awareness, has no desire or intention or plan, just exists as chambers exist, as voids exist, as absence exists within the presence of surrounding stone. But the chamber is not passive, is not merely empty space waiting to be filled. The chamber is actively protected. The 7 seals testify to this. The sand that remembers testifies to this. The breathing passage and the backward echoes, and the dust that wrote warnings all testify that the chamber is not simply sealed, but is being sealed continuously, actively, by forces that operate still, by protections that remain active, by guardianship that transcends the death of those who first sealed it. The chamber is protected by more than stone, by more than physical barriers, by more than the difficulty of excavation, protected by probability that adjusts slightly away from discovery, by time that behaves strangely, by matter that arranges itself into warnings, by everything that has made this excavation troubled, that has made every attempt at access fail, that has ensured the chamber remains sealed not just physically, but through every means available to protection. The curses that surround it, whether real or imagined, whether supernatural or psychological, serve as guards, as warnings, as barriers more effective than physical walls. The targeting of capabilities, the loss of sight and speech and reading, the medical mysteries that affected those who worked here. These serve to discourage, to warn, to make clear that pursuing this chamber carries cost, whether that cost is metaphysical or simply the accumulated weight of probability tilting against you. The cost is real, is documented, is enough to make rational people decide that whatever lies in the chamber is not worth the price of accessing it. And perhaps this is wisdom. Perhaps there are things that should remain sealed, spaces that should remain unexplored, chambers that should continue waiting forever, not because of what they contain, but because the waiting itself is sacred, because unknowing serves purposes that knowing would destroy, because mystery has value, because not everything needs to be revealed, not everything needs to be understood, not everything needs to be brought into light and documented and cataloged and made known. Some things exist better in darkness, in concealment, in the sealed state that preserves not just the chamber, but the possibility that what's inside could be anything, could be everything, could be nothing. The Schrödinger's tomb, the chamber that exists in all states simultaneously until opened, until observed, until collapsed into single truth that destroys all other possibilities. The chamber waits beneath the valley, beneath the sand that guards, beneath the seals that multiply, in the darkness that has never known light, in the silence that has never heard voice, in the emptiness that has never been filled, or perhaps in the fullness that has never been emptied. The instruments detect it. The surveys confirm its presence. The evidence accumulates that yes, something is there, something carved, something sealed, something waiting in configuration that defies three-dimensional logic, in geometry that cannot be rendered, in space that exists impossibly. The chamber is there, is real, is documentable even while being inaccessible. And perhaps that is exactly as it should be. Perhaps the chamber serves its purpose best by remaining sealed. by continuing to wait, by existing as mystery rather than as fact. The chamber that could be anything teaches something that the chamber revealed could never teach. Teaches about limits, about boundaries, about the recognition that some doors exist to remain closed. Some thresholds exist to be acknowledged, but never crossed. Some mysteries exist to remain mysterious, to persist as question rather than answer, to maintain the tension between knowing and not knowing that makes them significant. That gives them power. That allows them to continue serving whatever purpose they were sealed to serve. The archaeologists who wanted to excavate this chamber wanted to know, wanted to resolve the mystery, wanted to transform question into answer. This is what archaeology does. This is the impulse that drives excavation, the need to know, the compulsion to understand, the belief that knowledge is always better than ignorance, that revealing is always preferable to concealing, that bringing into light is always superior to leaving in darkness. But perhaps the ancient builders understood something different, understood that knowledge has costs, that revelation has consequences, that some things are sealed for reasons that transcend protection of treasure, that have to do with protection of something else. Protection of the world, perhaps. Protection of the living from what the dead became. Protection of sanity from what understanding would require accepting. Protection of reality from what lies in the spaces beyond what reality normally permits. The chamber waits, will continue waiting. The modern sealing the concrete and the restored sand and the official prohibition against further excavation ensures this. Adds one more layer to the 7 that already existed. Makes 8 seals now. 8 barriers between what lies beneath and what exists above. 8 statements that this should remain closed. 8 acknowledgments that the ancient builders were right, that the forgetting was wisdom, that the sealing was necessary, that what waits below should continue waiting, should remain in its darkness, should persist in its mystery, should exist forever in the state of being almost known, being theoretically accessible, being detectable but never detected, being there but never reached. The instruments can measure the void, can confirm that space exists, can document the anomalies, but instruments cannot enter, cannot access, cannot reveal what the void contains any more than instruments can render its impossible geometry, cannot translate its contradictions into forms that human understanding can grasp. The chamber exists beyond the reach of technology, beyond the access that tools provide, beyond the understanding that data creates. The chamber is knowable in outline, in shape, in presence, but unknowable in content, in purpose, in truth. The chamber demonstrates the limits of what can be known, what can be accessed, what can be brought into light through any means available to modern humanity. And so the chamber waits, in darkness, in silence, in the sealed state that has been its state for millennia, for however long it has been since the last Pharaoh who knew of it died, since the last priest who tended it performed his final ritual, since the last person who understood what it contained took that understanding to their own grave. The chamber outlives those who sealed it, outlives those who would unseal it, outlives the purposes it was sealed for, becomes eternal through persistence, through patience, through simply continuing to exist while civilizations rise and fall and technologies advance and understanding grows. And still the chamber remains sealed, remains dark, remains mysterious, remains waiting. For what does the chamber wait? For nothing, perhaps. The waiting itself is the state, is the purpose, is what the chamber does, because waiting is what sealed things do, what buried things do, what hidden things do until or unless they are found. But this chamber has been found, has been detected, has been documented, and still waits, still remains sealed, still persists in its darkness, because being found is not the same as being opened. Being detected is not the same as being accessed. Being documented is not the same as being known. The chamber has been found and has remained unfound, has been revealed and has remained concealed, has been almost opened and has stayed absolutely closed. The finding that is not finding, the revelation that reveals nothing, the discovery that discovers only that some things resist discovery. Some mysteries persist despite being solved in outline. Some chambers wait despite being located, despite being mapped, despite being real. The lost chamber of the Pharaoh's curse, still lost, still cursed, still chamber, still waiting in the depths, in the darkness, in the sealed spaces beneath sand that remembers, and doors that were sealed 7 times, and warnings written in dust, and backwards echoes of ancient voices speaking words that mean, what is opened cannot close. The chamber incorporates all the warnings, all the protections, all the strange phenomena and impossible occurrences and targeted misfortunes. All of it surrounds the chamber, guards the chamber, keeps the chamber sealed, keeps what lies within from being revealed, from being accessed, from being known. And perhaps in that sealing, in that patient eternal waiting, in that persistence across millennia of remaining exactly what it was made to be, sealed, dark, mysterious, inaccessible, the chamber achieves its purpose, serves its function, does what it was created to do, not to contain treasure for future discovery, not to preserve knowledge for future generations, but to remain sealed, to remain closed, to remain waiting, to demonstrate that some things exist beyond human reach, not because of distance or difficulty, but because of design, because of intention, because of the accumulated wisdom of people who understood something we're only beginning to suspect, that some doors should never open, some chambers should never be entered, some mysteries should never be solved. The chamber waits, will wait forever perhaps, until the mountain crumbles, until stone becomes sand, until the valley itself erodes away, and what was beneath becomes what is above, and the chamber is exposed not to human searching, but to the patient work of geology, of time measured in epochs rather than years. The chamber has waited this long, can wait longer, has patience that human patience cannot match, has persistence that human determination cannot overcome. The chamber waits, dark, silent, sealed, eternal, teaching through its waiting that some things endure precisely by remaining unreached. Some secrets persist by never being revealed. Some mysteries achieve immortality by never being solved. The chamber waits, forever waiting, forever sealed, forever holding its darkness and its silence and whatever lies within. The lost chamber, still lost, still waiting, still teaching that the greatest treasures are sometimes the ones never found. The deepest knowledge is sometimes the knowledge never gained. And the most profound mysteries are the ones that wait, forever, in darkness, in silence, in the sealed depths where what was hidden stays hidden, where what was forgotten remains forgotten, where what waits continues waiting. Forever, the chamber, still, waiting, in the darkness beneath the mountain's heart. Long pause, soft ambient sounds fade gradually to silence.